I ain't beefing with the demon, I confront the bitch. Every scar on my soul, yeah, I done it. Devil banging bass drum, working the drum kit. Mama praying in the pew, saying son quit. But I'm scared from the cloth where you stand on shit. If I did dirt, then my word got my hands on it. Devil in my ear, selling dreams on a payment plan. Told me I could fly, but he hit the facts quicksand. Whole block worship what they can't own. Flexing face stones, renting fake thrones. I seen killers turn clown when the case closed. Talking about guys playing, they just hate growth. I wouldn't need deep gun tuck, heart froze. Spirit whisper, tell the truth for your soul. So had to kill the lie, living in my own head. For the lie, put a mark on my forehead. The devil is a lie, I don't buy that. He talk big, but he high, I don't like that. Put my life on the line for the right facts, rather down the truth than down the rat trap. Devil is a lie, I won't side up. If it ain't real, then the deal getting dry. I still be straight in my eyes, I don't write cap. If my tongue saved, then my backbone back there. I done broke bread with the crooked and the holy. Pistol in the trunk, speaking scripture through the song. Pastor shaking hands, but his eyes looking phony. Devil wear cologne, smell rich, call your homie. Offer me a bag for my silence and my honor, trying to make me lie to my seed. But I'ma tell him about his mama, told him I'm a man. Not a product, not a comma, you can keep the chaos. I ain't chasing your drama, homie took a shortcut, now he short lived. Told the lie so long that it walked him. Trying to paint his past like a portrait, but the blood on his hands wrote the forfeit. I see snitches throw dirt on the dead name, crying in front of a headstone bearing his name. Talk loud, but they souls speak a dead slang. Got you let the truth walk, he don't need game. The devil is a lie, I don't buy that. He talk big, but he high, I don't like that. Put my life on the line for the right facts, rather down the truth than down the rat trap. The devil is a lie, I won't side. If it ain't real, then the deal getting dry. Still be straight in my eyes, I don't write cap. If my tongue say it, then my backbone back there. And tell me play along, you can shine more. Kept a little one, the body count, crime low. Say you ain't a whole city, make them one war. But I'd rather be small than a big fraud. My little cousin looking up like I'm scripture. What I say turn his choices to a mixture. If I glamorize the page in my stories, he gon' chase bars, never take glory. So I'm talking about the nights I was dead broke, about the cold flows, about the stretch smoke, about the friends in the ground who ain't get old, about the weight on my chest when I'm big cold. Truth cutter, but it came with slice through. Fear talk cute, but it bite you. A devil in the deal, read the fine print. I just sound with the light, let my light vent. The devil is a lie, I don't buy that. He's so big, but he high, I don't like that. Put my life on the line for the right facts, rather down the truth than down the rat track. The devil is a lie, I won't side up. If it ain't real, then the bill getting dry. Still be straight in my eyes, I don't write cat. If my tongue say it, then my backbone back there.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising.
touched on once. Yeah. Whole block shake. Yeah. Look up. Too late. I'm Godzilla in the middle of the city. Better get back. Get back. Get back. Big steps. Every little hater looking like a snake. Like a snake. Jaw wide, let it all fry. Turn them into ash. King of the fall line. Every time I snap, that's a new crack. I'm Godzilla when I breathe. That's a siren in the sky. Whole crowd freeze when they look into my eyes. You can build walls, I'ma treat them like glass. King of the fault line. Every time I move, that's a world melt. Crawled out the trench, skin still drips out. Scars on my scales, whole life my fault now. Made for the quake and the chaos. Heartbeat drum, make the ground break sounds. You play tough, I play tight. You chase clout, I chase lightning. You want throne, but your bones too light. I use stones like stones when I skip them in the night. Footprint, whole block outline. Name ring out like a landline. You talk big, but your frame right size. I trooped out, spit flames in your timeline. Godzilla in the middle of the city. Better get back. Get back. Get back. Get back. Big steps, every little hater looking like a snap. Like a snap. Like a snap. Jaw wide, let it all fry. Turn them into ash. King of the fall line. Every time I snap, that's a new crash. I'm Godzilla when I breathe. That's a siren in the sky. Whole crowd freeze when they look into my eyes. You can build walls, I'ma treat them like glass. King of the fault line. Every time I move, there's a world map. You wanna roar like this? Gotta live through the deep like this. Gotta see for the teeth like this. Whole life in the beast like this. Storm in my chest, I'm a walking reactor. Every step right a chapter. Waves in my wake, that's disaster. Still stand tall in the after that they drop bombs. I evolve on them. Turn scars into armor, then stomp on them. Whole sea part when I crawl from it. I don't run from the smoke, I draw from it. Who you call when the sky turn red? Name on the hills, carved in dread. But I learned to love that fear. Every scream I cheer, yeah, I build my bed. So I storm for the kids who would call too much. Too loud, too big, too rough. If they say you a monster, good. Go grow that tough. I'm Godzilla in the middle of the city. Better get back. Get back. Get back. Get back. Big steps, every little hater looking like a snap. Like a snap. Like a snap. Jaw wide, let it all fry. Turn them into ash. King of the fall line. Every time I snap, that's a new crash. I'm Godzilla when I breathe. That's a siren in the sky. Whole crowd freeze when they look into my eyes. You can build walls, I'ma treat them like glass. King of the fault line. Every time I move, that's a world map. Yeah. Listen up. You have to pick a side. Yeah. 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 They profit when we're boxed in, color coded. Scroll wars, broke floors, mine's corroded. Got you barking at your neighbor for a headline. Why they signing off the city for a deadline? Yeah. Same rent late, same fridge bare. Same bus route, same blank stare. Why you beefing with the mirror, letting them demons in? Same wound, same blade, different spin. Unified die, that's the bottom line. Either hold the line together or they cut the spine. You can fight me or you can fight the lie. Choose one. Unify or die. Unify, die, hear the battle cry. Yeah. Either build a bridge or we all run dry. You can hate your blood or you can hate the bind. Choose one. Yeah. Unify or die. They sell fear like it's candy in a glass jar. feeding panic to the masses, playing the black card. Left, right, that's a puppet in a split suit. Real power sitting quiet in a rich room. You throw hands at your brother in the same trench, same cough in your chest, the same bench. If the landlord love you both in the same way, you ain't rivals, you just victims on a layaway. Unified die, that's the bottom line. Either hold the line together or they cut the spine. You can fight me or you can fight the lie. Choose one, unify or die. Unify, die, hear the battle cry. Either build a bridge or we all run dry. You can hate your blood or you can hate the vine. Choose one, yeah. Unify or die. Hands up, not for trans, for each other. Name one win, they ain't split us to cover. We all broke, they just changed the shade. Same storm, different rain on our face. I'm from a place where they rather see us vilify. Scrolling through the pain, pick a side, then we cinnify. Algorithm war, every comment like a battle cry. Either we expand the circle or we simplify. Feet keep telling me I'm right, that's a lullaby. Rockets all to sleep while the roof sitting over fire. Leaders talk tough, but their courage only monetized. I'm just trying to build a bridge higher than the border signs. Kids growing up thinking empathy is obsolete. Hearts on red receipts, love lost in the data sheet. History repeats when we treat truth like a product line. Either share the water or we watch the whole garden die. So I look my people in the face when the sirens cry. Pull each other up even when we don't see eye to eye. Hands in the middle, swear we live in what we testify. Say we rise together, this the code, unified die. Unified die, that's the bottom line. Either hold the line together or they cut the spine. You can fight me or you can fight the lie. Choose one, unify or die. Unified die, hear the battle cry. Either build a bridge or we all run dry. You can hate your blood or you can hate the vine. Choose one, unify or die.
What's facking out there, man? You might as well get right into it. Do we have here? Check the audio, mic check, mic check.
And so for me, the only patriotism I see in the media right now is those Americans who are standing up and protesting this shit. Because we're all tired of seeing our country getting destroyed so that we can expand the hegemony of some country in the Middle East that doesn't even like us. Conversation that needs to be had that of course you're not going to see on Fox News, and that is the fact that the United States is not winning this war currently and is not going to win this war in the long term. And I'm not here to insult your intelligence. If you're not someone that's over 55 and strictly getting your news from CNN or Fox News, you already know what a disaster this is with things like what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz, the economy, global supply chains, the fact that our allies have completely all abandoned us. If we're paying attention to these things in objective reality, the situation is not good. And we're going to really talk about what just happened in the Strait of Hormuz 2 days ago, because it potentially has the biggest disaster consequences to America and the West that we've seen probably in the last 100 years. I also want to make it clear that it is not the U.S. military capabilities that would not allow us to win this war. It's the fact that the people in charge are abject morons who have no plan in place whatsoever. So that's what we're going to talk about in today's video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Follow us on Patreon. Grab some merch. Let's jump into it. Let's talk about it because, yeah, I mean, most of you probably, when you drive down the street and you look at the gas stations, you see the numbers on the board and you go, oh, yeah, I'm not sure what's happening, but this doesn't look good. And of course, there's a lot of reasons for that. Now, let me outline very first up front before all the people say, you're not a patriot if you say the U.S. is losing. Sorry, I'm just looking at an objective reality here. Big part of me really, really is disgusted by this, mainly because the administration is embarrassing the United States military, the military that I served and I love every single day, with its incompetence and ineptitude and its lack of strategic planning. And we can just easily outline a bunch of reasons why the United States is losing right out the gate. One, there is no strategic end state. There are no strategic objectives. We all know that. The administration still is yet to tell us why we're in the war. You've heard 1,000 different reasons. Well, to stop the nuclear program. Okay, didn't we completely obliterate it in June? So if they can rebuild it in 6 months, that means what? We can't stop them. Okay, that's a failure. That's a loss. Regime change. That's another one, right? Well, we all know that there's going to be no regime change unless we put boots on the ground. So that's not feasible. The Strait of Hormuz being opened. Somehow that's now the strategic objective, even though the Strait of Hormuz was already all the way open before the conflict started. And the final one is that we have 13 dead service members already, and 1 dead service members for a war for a foreign country that serves no purpose to us was already too many, and that means we automatically lost the war. Now, we can understand just strictly from those metrics, but then there's also a lot of other things, destroying global supply chains, absolutely fucking our allies over. The fact the Gulf states are pretty much done with us. Our own allies in NATO, when Trump begged them to come help us, said, no thanks. Literally not a single ally has come to our aid. Do you think that's winning on the world stage for the United States of America? Okay. And we're not even to the military tactical realm yet, where Fox News will tell you, oh, well, because we blew up some Navy ships and some Air Force jets, we won the war. Well, the Strait of Hormuz.
I haven't sensed the lie yet. Continue.
Is still closed and nothing is accomplished. And if you look back to conflicts like Vietnam or Afghanistan or Iraq or Syria, did bombing campaigns change the regimes, or did we have to spend 20 years putting boots on the ground to remove a regime to replace it, in some cases, with the same regime, like in Afghanistan, or something even worse, like in Syria, where now the leader of Al-Qaeda is in charge? So again, how do we win? What is winning? You see the problem here? Also, the global economy, as we can see, is absolutely fucked right now. But let's just talk about the tactical, actual war fighting portion. Ian Carroll had a really great clip on this we're going to watch first.
Hold all the cards because they don't have to do anything except survive, and they have control over the Strait of Hormuz. They've compromised all of our radar systems. They've compromised all of our intercepting systems. We're out of missiles to intercept with, and the money that it costs us to intercept is just astronomically higher than what it costs them to launch. And they have all these drones that are cheap as fuck that they're just like mass producing in underground facilities, and all that is without China even lifting a finger. And China is deeply aligned with Iran. So China is currently feeding a whole load of intelligence to Iran. They've got a whole satellite array that's as good as ours now. And they actually have their like super fancy ass radar boats out there in international waters just kind of taunting us. And right now we are wildly depleted and China is untouched.
Imagine how humiliating we lose to Iran. It seems like that could happen. Trump would be like he already has been the worst president ever, completely getting America humiliated for war that we started for absolutely no reason.
Not just humiliated, but also leaving us entirely wide open. Like at that point, if we lose, China very much could just say, we're going to attack.
Now, a lot of great points by Ian. The biggest and most important one there is that this is going to be a war of attrition and Iran doesn't have to do anything. As long as they can keep the Strait of Hormuz closed, they win the war, period, full stop. And I'll explain a little bit more of that later. But we can just think back historically about wars in general. I mean, people don't seem to understand war is not just the tactical action of dropping some bombs on enemy targets. The one thing that actually wins wars is logistics. We all know that if you're a war historian at all. But you also have things you have to understand, like global supply chains, politics, public opinion. We can think about some American conflicts that ended strictly because of public opinion, Vietnam being one, Afghanistan and Iraq being other one. When the American populace has completely abandoned support for the war, usually the United States bails and gets out of there. Well, what's the problem for that? We started this war as the most unpopular war in American history, less popular than Vietnam. That's the starting point, and it's only getting worse as we go. And also the economy, because guess what? When people start starving at home, it's really hard to fight a war overseas. And we can think about historical examples because the United States, keep in mind, is fighting the war across the world. And while that may seem like something that was successful in the past, that's when we had the support of our allies, of the Gulf states, of all those military bases that surrounded Iraq and Afghanistan and Iran. Well, guess what? Most of those are destroyed. And all of our allies in NATO have said, no, thanks. We're not interested in helping you. So now the United States is logistically trying to fight a war on the other side of the world in a country like Iran that's a geographical nightmare. And you're being told because we bombed some ships, that's going to lead to victory. Let's think about some historical examples of why this never actually works. Let's look at one of the most famous historical stories. They even made a great movie on with Gerard Butler, 300. We all know it. The Hot Gates, 300 Spartans hold off. Historians say probably around 100,000 to 200,000 Persians. How were they able to do that? Well, because Persia was fighting a war. Well, because Persia was fighting a war on enemy territory, and the geography of the Hot Gates was that much of an advantage that 300 Spartans were able to make that final stand. What does that kind of remind you of? Oh, that's right, the Strait of Hormuz right now. What are some other examples? Oh, probably everybody ever that's tried to invade Russia, from Napoleon to Hitler. And why does that not work? Well, because again, weather, supply chain problems, logistics, trying to fight deep into an enemy's territory, who they have all the advantage. Now, back to the Strait of Hormuz, because this is what the entire war is going to center around going forward. The longer this goes, the worse it will be for the United States and its allies. So as a protracted attrition war, we are at a massive, massive disadvantage because of this. Now, even though the government continues to waste billions of dollars of our taxpayer money, it's tax season, and they need that money to help fund the war. So if you owe back taxes, then that's going to bring us to today's sponsor. So if you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, or you filed every year but you keep owing, have you retired suddenly and got hit with a tax bill you didn't expect? Are you a business owner with messy books and a balance you can't afford? Maybe you pulled money out of your 401k or IRA early, and now the IRS wants that money. All right, your balance isn't going to go down, your penalties are going to grow, interest is going to compound, and many of you are about to owe again for this upcoming tax year with no plan in place. The IRS isn't going to wait. It's going to start garnishing your wages, bank levies, and potentially even seizing your property. And they can file for you even without your consent. This is where Tax Network USA comes in. With over 15 years in business, there hasn't been a tax case. They haven't been in taxes to reset. With what they're spending our money on or not, they're still going to make sure that we have to pay them. Let's get back to the video. Let's actually take a look at what's really going on in the Strait of Hormuz right now.
Who do you think you are?
All right, so the Strait of Hormuz, as we know it, okay, of course you have Iran to the north, then you have the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, all of our Gulf allies that come across here. And what is the big problem with the Strait of Hormuz? Well, what has happened is that Iran dropped tons of sea mines all the way through the main part of the Strait of Hormuz here. This is completely shut off for the most part for all ships. What does that then mean? Well, there is actually only one small channel for all these oil tankers to come through. That's here. All of these tankers are required to now pass right through this tiny little channel that is right off the coast of Iran, which again, anytime the West and its allies has tried to push oil tankers through here, they've been attacked and destroyed by Iran. So what has that done? Well, it's made it so the United States Navy can't actually do anything to help escort any of these oil tankers through. But what it is allowing is for all of Iran's allies to go ahead and let oil through their pass here. So China, Russia, all of Iran's allies are continuing to have free flow of oil, while the United States and the Western world is completely shut off. Now, economically, we're all very, very well aware of what that means, right? We can all go down to the gas station and see for ourselves. Here in Oregon, gas has raised $2 a gallon from where it started just in the last 20 days since the war started. That number is going to continue to climb and climb and climb. That's just for America, though. And we actually aren't as reliant as oil coming out of the Middle East as literally all of our allies, especially in Asia and Europe. So what we're really doing here is absolutely skull-fucking our allies and their economies, so that even some of those countries like the United Kingdom and Japan and Korea are already doing gasoline restrictions because gas is already in such a big shortage because of that. And I'll show you why. Okay, so let's look at the actual supply chains of oil and how they work here. So you can see up here, Strait of Hormuz completely shut down. We know about 20 to 25% of the world's oil comes out of here. And by worlds, we mean the vast majority of the Asian world. But that 20% is a little bit misrepresented because we need to understand where the majority of that 20% is going, and to our allies, China, etc. And as it comes out of here, the Strait of Hormuz, as you can see, it is very, very close to places like Pakistan, India, then travels to the southern portion of India and goes through what's called the Strait of Malacca. So again, as it's left, the Strait of Hormuz out here hits Pakistan, India, comes through, and that oil supplies Bangladesh, Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Australia, the Philippines, comes up through the South China Sea, goes through the Strait of Taiwan, obviously then supplies Taiwan, Japan, Korea, and China as well. So again, this is going to massively affect what our allies are going to do. We look at this, You can see like close allies like Japan, 70% of Japan's total oil imports pass through the Strait of Hormuz. 95% of its oil comes from the Middle East, specifically Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Kuwait. And the only route out, Strait of Hormuz. And the same goes for pretty much all of our Asian allies. Why is that a big deal? Well, again, China's vessels are still flowing through, so they're not being negatively impacted at all, but our allies like Taiwan and Japan and Korea are getting absolutely fucked. And what do you think they're going to do eventually? Well, if I had to guess, they're not going to join the war because they've already said no, but Iran has now offered an out to U.S. allies. And this is where the future of the world could drastically change after this conflict. This is the most impactful thing that's happening in the war. And if nobody's told you about this, then you should stop watching their media channels. And this was as of about 3 days ago when Iran announced that it was willing to open the strait to U.S. allies on one condition, that they buy oil in the Chinese yuan. 12 nations agreed within 48 hours. Yesterday, this was confirmed as India has now been the first U.S. ally that is now shipping oil out of the Strait of Hormuz after purchasing it in the Chinese yuan, not the U.S.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Damn!
petrodollar. So again, this is massive and should be alarming to every American. And why is that? Well, if you know anything about how America's power actually is held on the global stage, it is because oil is sold in the U.S. dollar, the petrodollar. And then also, the United States dollar is the world reserve currency. And when you see things like BRICS, that is obviously a push and move away from the world using the US petrodollar. What this is doing is massively ramping up the incentives for our own allies, especially in Asia, to abandon the United States and join into BRICS because they don't want their countries to collapse. They have to have oil. And so what they're going to have to do, oh, sorry, now we have to buy it in Chinese yuan, which again is going to collapse the U.S. petrodollar, which will most likely collapse the entire U.S. economy. And we can see this happening in real time as Donald Trump 3 days ago begged NATO and then threatened NATO to come help send ships to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Literally, all of them declined. And I'm sure most of you saw this when it happened, but Donald Trump himself had to come out and admit, and that was that, yes, out of Japan, France, China, South Korea, and the United Kingdom and Australia, not a single country stepped forward, which is pretty bizarre because, again, Donald Trump said we won the war like 6 different times over the last 2 weeks. We didn't need anybody's help. But now all of a sudden we're begging for our allies to help with a war that we already won. Does that make sense? Not really. And so what's the big worry here? Well, again, and the longer that this conflict goes, the longer the Strait of Hormuz is closed, the more the United States and especially our allies are going to be absolutely hosed economically. So again, we will start to see things like our allies breaking ties with us because they're literally forced into it to be able to survive. And the longer it goes, the worse it's going to get.
Crisis. There are no policy solutions to a prolonged closure of the Strait of Hormuz.
You're saying there's not much a White House, a president can do to stop this bleeding.
You open up the toolkit, and the tools in there, the options range from marginal through symbolic to deeply unwise. Escorts are a sideshow. Strategic stock releases are a sideshow.
Gas tax holiday?
Gas tax holiday, sideshow. You got to restore the flow of the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah.
It's not having access to 1 million industrial-grade products that's so amazing. It's the feeling of knowing you'll find the one
you do. And here is the scary thing that no one is talking about. Nobody in the media is talking about. Okay, let's break this down. We do know the longer this conflict goes, the worse it's going to get. And we do know that Donald Trump is desperate for an off-ramp. He's sent Steve Witkoff to go beg for a ceasefire with Iran, that Iran is saying, no, thank you, we're not interested. So the United States is looking for a way out. Donald Trump is realizing very quickly that going into the midterms, he's absolutely fucked his entire party over. The economy is tanking. Gas prices are spiraling out of control. 80% of Americans don't support the war. So he needs a way out. But what happens when we come to the table for negotiations? Iran now has all the leverage. And what if they say, okay, yeah, we'll agree to a ceasefire, but you still don't have access to the Strait of Hormuz. Sorry. Yes, the new way this works is that any country that wants to have oil purchased out of the Strait of Hormuz pays in Chinese yuan from now on in perpetuity. What do? Can we make that agreement? It'll collapse the United States economic system pretty much overnight. Do we then say, okay, we have to escalate this? Now we have to go regime change. Now we have to put boots on the ground. Do we escalate it in further? We got to use tactical nukes because America's going to collapse. The situation is dire, and it is looking like there's really not a great way out now. This is what rushing into a war haphazardly for a foreign country that doesn't even give a shit about us, this is the repercussions of that. And if you think gas prices are bad now, just 20 days into this conflict, as they've already almost doubled, wait 6 months. Wait 2 years with the Strait of Hormuz still closed. The other problem is what happens now when the United States has to tuck tail and leave. We can never threaten anyone in the Middle East again. We're in an emperor has no clothes situation. Do you think China and Russia are scared of us when we can't even keep the Strait of Hormuz open? So again, this administration is an abject disaster. Not the military's fault. It is this administration's fault for, again, getting us into a war haphazardly with no plan at all and no exit strategy. That's another problem. Now we're in this, and there's really no effective way out where the United States gets to achieve victory. What I do think you'll see if this happens is Donald Trump will surrender. And by surrender, I mean he will say, we've won the war. We destroyed Iran's navy and their fighter jets, and then we leave. Having not affected the nuclear program, having not affected their ballistic missile programs, their drones, no regime change, just a bunch of dead soldiers and hundreds of billions of wasted dollars for nothing. And I'll finish with one more thing. If you think that is patriotic to support that or to support this administration, you are America last. There is nothing, objectively nothing about this conflict that is America first. Destroying the economy and doubling gas prices for the everyday American consumer when they already can't afford groceries or housing, absolutely traitorous to the American people. So I wish I could tell you guys that this has got an easy way out that we're going to see, but I don't know. I've got a bad feeling that the decision to do this and the Strait of Hormuz could potentially leave the United States in a position that none of us thought possible here months ago. So we're going to have to wait and see. Again, shitty conversation to have, but it's the reality of the situation. What's best case scenario? I don't even know at this point. I guess that we pull out, we have to make concessions to Iran. What do those concessions also include? Well, if I'm Iran, the second the United States leaves, I'm developing nuclear weapons automatically. That's the first thing I'm doing. And why would they not? Because now what we've demonstrated is the only countries that will attack are countries that don't have nukes. So there's going to be a mad dash rush with not just Iran, but probably all the Gulf states to be racing for nuclear weapons after this. Is that what we wanted? No, not really. And so for me, the only patriotism I see in the media right now is those Americans who are standing up and protesting this shit because we're all tired of seeing our country getting destroyed so that we can expand the hegemony of some country in the Middle East that doesn't even like us. But I guess we'll find out what's going to happen. Gonna do it for this one. Catch y'all.
What say you, huh? What say you, huh? Can you read it? Can you see it? Let's see. I'm gonna keep it moving.
All right, welcome to this special report that focuses on what I believe to be the most important chart in the world right now. And I'm going to show you this chart here. Let's put it up on the screen. It's called 4 Forces Shaping Global Food Security. I'm Mike Adams, the Health Ranger. Welcome to this special analysis. And these are sobering times for human civilization because we're on the verge of a collapse of potentially half the world's current population. And we're going to cover why that is. And this chart encapsulates it. So I put this chart together myself. I wanted to overlay the history of human population growth with the history of nitrogenous fertilizers, as well as the history of the Haber-Bosch process that uses natural gas to produce nitrogen-based fertilizers, and then also overlaid with the global LNG capacity as that infrastructure
The enemy's public. Salute.
was built out over the last several decades. So bringing your attention to this chart, let's take a look at it here. The blue line is
very, 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 very stupid.
The world population, currently at about 8 billion. And as you can see, the y-axis for the world population is on the right-hand side. And you can see that roughly half the current population, about 4 billion people, existed in 1974. And then before that, 2 billion people was, I don't know, right around 1915 or somewhere in that area. So we have doubled and then doubled again in a little over 1 century. And what made that possible? And it's very clear that what made it possible is nitrogen-based fertilizers. And so that's the green line showing you the use of nitrogen fertilizers, really beginning in the 1920s, but not taking off until the 1960s, and just really exploding, as you can see. Ammonia output from the Haber-Bosch process. Yes, we're going to cover just a little bit of chemistry today. That's the purple dotted line, and you can see where that began. It was mostly just sort of mad science research for many decades. It didn't really get widely used until the 1970s is when it really started taking off. And that is what allowed natural gas to be effectively converted into nitrogen fertilizer. And then, of course, the global LNG supply, because of the demand for fertilizers and other things, also, gas turbines for generating electricity, etc. LNG capacity really took off in the 1970s, and then there was a massive burst, as you can see, in the late 1990s, and that's mostly Qatar. Qatari LNG capacity was built out beginning in the 1990s, and that's continuing to expand dramatically today. So at the upper right-hand corner of this chart, you can see that we're at about 8 billion people right now.
We're gonna check that out. I'm gonna check it out when I get done with this little segment. Mayday rapid fire. That sounds like it's gonna be something nice. I dropped something fresh too. Yeah, I think you'll like it. I think you're gonna like it. Some nation building 101 type shit. Yes, sir.
We are at the peak that we've ever seen of nitrogen fertilizer production. We're at the peak of, almost the peak of ammonia output, Haber-Bosch. There was a dip over the last few years, and I think that some of that dip is because of, the destruction of the Nord Stream pipeline, or pipelines plural, that took BASF offline in Germany, which was one of the primary world producers of, urea and other products. But that's why that dip is there. And then the LNG capacity, as you can see, is continuing to grow. And it would have grown, except for the fact that Trump started a war with Iran. And then Israel bombed Iran's, the South Pars gas field. And then Iran bombed Qatar Energy, which took 17% of Qatar Energy's gas production offline for 5 years, or 3 to 5 years, technically. And remember, as I've covered separately, Qatar Energy has 14 gas trains. And don't confuse that with choo-choo trains. That's not what they are. It's a sequential process of liquefaction of natural gas. They're called trains. Qatar Energy has 14. Like I said, 2 of them are now destroyed. And they will take 3 to 5 years to replace. That leaves 12. The world can still survive on 12, even though Qatar Energy is responsible for 20 to 22% of the total exports of natural gas on the planet. But the world can't survive the destruction of all 14. So let's get back to some basic science here. Your body is made of carbon, but also nitrogen. You have a lot of nitrogen atoms in your body. About 50% of the nitrogen that's in your body was created in a form through the Haber-Bosch process. Half of the people on Earth today are only alive because
T-Dub, what up, though?
of the abundant food crop yields that were enabled by the Haber-Bosch process. Without this process, and thus without nitrogen-based fertilizers, the world, through pre-Haber-Bosch farming techniques, could only support a maximum of.
The word of the day is famine. Okay, famine.
4 billion people, not the current 8 billion people. So it doesn't matter how much farmland you have. You can have all the land in the world, but if you don't have nitrogen fertilizers through the Haber-Bosch process, which uses natural gas as the feedstock, then you can't support 8 billion people. And the key takeaway from all of this is that the only reason we have 8 billion people is because of this process and because crop yields were dramatically increased through these fertilizers. If you then take away the natural gas infrastructure of our world, which is exactly what's happening in the Middle East, it has begun. If you take it away, then you revert the world to 1974 population levels as an estimate, let's say, which is only 4 billion people. So what happens to the other 4 billion people who are currently alive and eating? Oh yeah, they starve and die because there's not enough food for them. And actually, even the other 4 billion people have a very rough time of it because it's not like all the food goes to just half of the people. Everybody is starving to some degree. And then the question is just, who survives and who dies? And the odds of survival are about, 50% if we have a worst case scenario of LNG destruction.
Oh man, pardon my manners, but let me put this in here just in case somebody want to come up here. Let me just pin that. I got a few hours to fact around. Okay, let me continue.
So let's look at population growth again here. Despite widespread famines over the last century in Africa and in parts of Asia, etc., and the so-called 1918 influenza pandemic, despite all of that, the human population.
Anybody remember the Deagle forecast, population forecast report by Deagle, that military website, that was calling for, in 2025, was calling for 100 million. That was supposed to be the population. They said U.S. population would be at 100 million by 2025. Was 2026. Maybe they're behind schedule a little bit. I'm just throwing that out there.
Has exploded over the last 100 years. And we'll say that right before 1930, the population was about 2 billion. It could be like 1915, or I'm sorry, 1920, 25, 1930, somewhere around there, it was about 2 billion people.
And you can do the math on that. 100 million, 350 something million, ain't that supposed to be the population? The jab with this other shit going on, I can see the plan unfolding a little bit.
Cool. And then, like I said, 1974, it doubled to 4 billion people. And then from there, it doubled to 8 billion people in 2022. And today it's actually over 8 billion people, but I tend to round it off. So every year right now, the global population growth is a little under 1% right now, but it has been over 1% in previous years. the world is very hungry for energy to produce the food. And when food is affordable and abundant, then people, they make babies. Especially when food is very affordable, then they make more babies because, having kids is expensive because of food and other things. And so expensive food causes people to have fewer children, and cheap food causes people to have more children overall. Now, the top 2 countries in the world with the highest population are, guess what? China and India. China and India, each around, let's say, 1.4 billion people. The way they got there is that through the 60s and 70s and 80s, they were among the first in the world to really embrace aggressive use of nitrogen-based fertilizers. And as a result, their populations exploded. And they continue to maintain very high populations today. And that's despite China's previous controls, it's one China policy. Population still grew anyway. Now, when it comes to growing food, you might wonder, why is nitrogen so important? It's the limiting molecule. Well, nitrogen is an element by itself, but in its fertilizer form, it's a more complex molecule. And that's the limiting factor in soils. And everything, every plant, every crop needs nitrogen. It's a fundamental building block of, proteins and DNA, amino acids, everything. But you might wonder, well, wait a second, isn't the air mostly nitrogen? The air we breathe. And the answer is yes. It's about 78%, 79% nitrogen. However, that's in the form of nitrogen gas, or N2, which is not accessible to plants, because if you know anything about chemistry, the N and the other N, that is N2, they are bound together by a triple bond, a chemical bond or triple bond in chemistry. That bond is very hard to break, and that's why plants can't just pull nitrogen out of the air. So plants have to have nitrogen in a fixed form, which would be nitrate, which combines nitrogen with oxygen, or ammonium, which combines nitrogen with hydrogen, right? NH4. So that's why you had throughout history biological forms of nitrogen, such as manure or bat guano, which don't laugh, because bat guano fed the world for a long time until they ran out of bat guano. And also, compost and things like that. So by about the late 19th century, the world was running out of bat guano. There's islands off of Peru called the Chincha Islands. And they are bat islands, and they were filled with bat guano. And then all that guano got harvested and spread on crops all over the world, and basically exhausted all the bat guano from the islands. And again, this is like 1890, 1895. And at that time, scientists realized that they were going to have to come up with some other way, a synthetic way, or an artificially controllable way to create nitrogen in forms that plants could use. And so research began on what then became the Haber-Bosch process. Now,
I could argue that's when you start fucking up, talking about making synthetic shit. That was stupid in the first place.
What's interesting is that in the early 1900s, the Haber-Bosch process created synthetic ammonia, and most of it was used for the military-industrial complex. Yeah, not for crops. So it was.
You say early. Early? It's 10 a.m., woman. Know your business. Salute. Right. Real shit, man. You want to fuck with synthetic is always bad, especially when you put it in your body.
Used to create munitions, because it can explode, right? Under the right conditions, it can explode. You mix it with saltpeter, etc., and you get explosions. Only after World War II was the Haber-Bosch process actually used predominantly for crops, and only after World War II did the percentage of the world's population that was fed by synthetic fertilizer begin to really expand. So whereas in 1920, only about 10% of the world relied on the Haber-Bosch process for the nitrogen in order to eat, that number had grown to about 40% of the world's population by 1980. And today, it's about 50% of the world's population. So again, without the Haber-Bosch process, you would lose about half of the current population of roughly 8 billion people. So what's important to understand, and I hope I've been clear about this, is that the Haber-Bosch process allows the same amount of land to produce a lot more food. So for example, in India, the yields of wheat tripled over a 20-year period between 1965 and 1985 because they simply use aggressive nitrogen fertilizers on the wheat crops. And in China, their fertilizer use increased 800% between the years 1961 and 2019. That's what allowed their population to grow from about 660 million to 1.4 billion, which is roughly the population of China today. So again, nearly 50% of the nitrogen found in your body right now comes from the Haber-Bosch process. Now, just a little bit of chemistry. The Haber-Bosch process, and I know you're going to get sick of me saying that name because we have to say it 5,000 times.
Forgive me for the nerd segment, but I know my nerd would be out there on this type of shit.
In this report. But this process is clearly the single most important chemical reaction that has ever been discovered and commercialized in the history of human civilization. That's unquestionable.
He talking about nitrogen for plants and fertilizer.
And the way it works, it's pretty simple. It pulls nitrogen out of the air.
Agriculture purposes.
With, pumps, just air compressors and just permeable membranes. And then you combine that with hydrogen, or H2, under high pressure. It takes about 200 to 300 atmospheres of pressure and very high temperatures. You got to go to something like 500 degrees Celsius. Yeah, very hot. And then you introduce an iron catalyst in this process. And guess what? You get ammonia, NH3. NH3, that then now we're in business. Now we can use ammonia to make all kinds of other, secondary and tertiary products that become fertilizer. But you have to have, again, high heat, high pressure, and a source of nitrogen, which is just the atmosphere. But then you have to have hydrogen also. So where do you get the hydrogen? Well, of course, hydrocarbons. So hence natural gas is the easiest form of this. And that's why the Haber-Bosch process consumes anywhere from 3 to 5% of the world's entire natural gas production right now. And so, by the way, it's named after Fritz Haber, who was a Nazi scientist. Okay, just in case you're curious. And then Karl Bosch, decades later, is the one who created the high pressure industrial chemistry that made it all feasible. But it was Fritz Haber, who demonstrated the ammonia synthesis in the first place. And then he got a patent on it, and that was purchased by BASF, BASF, which of course is one of the corporations that was ultimately tied to Adolf Hitler and the Third Reich, etc. Although that's kind of a tangential point here. Karl Bosch was awarded the Nobel Prize, by the way, in 1931. And then after World War II, agricultural deployment of this really took off. And from the 1960s, it was called the Green Revolution. And that doesn't mean the same thing as we talk about today, like green energy. It wasn't a climate change cult back then. The Green Revolution just meant they knew how to grow more food and how to avoid mass famine. And that's how, by 1974, we had 4 billion people on the planet, all because of that. Well, half because of that, let's say. Now, an interesting piece of history is that China figured out how to do this with coal rather than natural gas. So you can get H2 from coal, and then use that in the Haber-Bosch process. So you can have different inputs. They can be natural gas or they can be coal. Natural gas is more efficient and it's cleaner. So by 2018, you had 230 million tons of ammonia per year produced by the Haber-Bosch process. About 99% or more of the global ammonia became synthetic. And then by 2021, you have a process then that feeds about 4 billion people around the world. And now, more recently, there are experiments in using electrolysis-based H2 combined with the nitrogen, the atmospheric nitrogen, to produce ammonia through renewable energy. However, that is not commercially viable yet because it's too expensive. But I just want you to be aware there are alternatives to natural gas. It's just that your food would cost 400% more. Oh boy, right? If you thought, beef was expensive now, just wait until the fertilizer is created with solar panels. Then it's $100 a pound, That's where this could go. So some interesting tidbits. I mentioned the triple bond of nitrogen for N2. That triple bond is very difficult to break. That's why you have to have so much energy put into it at such high pressures and also high temperature. And that's where you use the natural gas. You put that energy into the process to break that bond. And it turns out that every ton of ammonia that you get out of this requires about 35 gigajoules of energy. Gigajoules. So anyway, yeah, it's a very energy intensive process. So good luck solarizing that, right? So of course, natural gas is the most efficient way to produce ammonia synthetically. And as a result, every time that we've had destruction of natural gas infrastructure, such as, for example, the destruction of the Nord Stream pipelines, what year was that? Was that 2022, I think? You saw, of course, fertilizer prices skyrocket right after that because gas prices skyrocket, especially in Europe. And then right now, because of the destruction of 2 of the gas trains at the Ras Laffan gas facility in Qatar, you're already seeing prices of urea and ammonia drastically, sharply increase. We also saw price increases after the 1973 OPEC oil embargo, by the way. So there's a strong history of this. When gas is cut off, fertilizer prices skyrocket. Now let's shift to Qatar. Qatar is just to the southwest of part of the Persian Gulf, and underneath the Persian Gulf is this massive gas reservoir that Qatar calls the North Field. It's thought to be the largest gas reservoir on Earth, and it's said to contain 51 trillion cubic meters of gas. 51 trillion. So at current levels of consumption, there's enough gas there for about 50 years. That's not forever, but it's still a long ways off, and maybe by that time we would have, cold fusion or hot fusion or something else. Until then, we've got 50 years of gas, except for the fact that, of course, Trump started this war with Iran, and then Israel attacked Iran, and then Iran reciprocated by attacking Qatar Energy, and now it's force majeure every day. And so there are different trains of LNG that were constructed by Qatar. Train 1 was built in 1996. And if you go back to the chart that I'm showing here, you'll see that right around 96, gas production starts to really increase, and that's because of Qatar.
Again, when it says train, he's not talking about a choo-choo train.
Trains 2 and 3 were built in 97 and 98. They're very small trains, by the way. They're only 3.3 MTPA, which is million tons per annum, per year. Million tons per year. So those are 3.3 million tons per year, which it's not tiny, but it's nothing like what they've been building more recently. In 2004, they started building trains 4 and 5. And then let's see, 2010, train 6, which could produce 15.6 million tons a year.
Yo,
big ass trains. And then
let's
see, train 7, 2011, it goes on. And now they're expanding the trains, the Northfield East expansion. They're trying to expand trains 1 and 4 to be able to produce 32 million tons per year instead of just 3.3. So that's a 10x expansion if they're able to complete that. That's supposed to be completed by the year 2030. But that's going to be impossible if Iran is launching missiles at them the whole time for obvious reasons. So Qatar Energy also, they have a fertilizer company called Qatar Fertilizer Company. Not shocking that that's the name. It's also known as QAFCO or COFCO. Okay, COFCO. That produces about 3.8 million tons of ammonia per year and about 5.8 million tons of urea per year. It's exported to over 20 different countries to be used as fertilizer, of course. Saudi Arabia has its company called SABIC Agri-Nutrients. They also export ammonia and urea because, it's an obvious way to add value to the gas that you're able to tap into relatively inexpensively in that region of the world. So right now, Iran supplies about 10 or 11% of global urea exports. That's Iran. And the UAE, they have a company called Fertiglobe, like Fertile Globe. They produce about 5 million tons per year of urea, and they export that to countries as well. And there's other production in Egypt and Algeria as well. So you get the picture here, right? So these countries, whether it's Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Iran, Egypt, even UAE, they don't just produce gas, they don't just produce oil, they also produce urea and ammonia that are used in fertilizers. So here's what you need to understand about all of this. Let's look at the supply chain. And, I'm sorry to get into the weeds on this, but we all need to understand this. So first you have natural gas that's extracted from the so-called North Field, which is the same field that's under the Persian Gulf, the same field that Iran taps into. Okay, so that's the gas field upon which Western civilization depends, upon which essentially half the current population also depends. Okay, then you have the LNG trains at Ras Laffan in Qatar that liquefy the gas to export it to other countries. So that's just revenue from shipping gas out. That gas is then used in other countries like Taiwan and South Korea, Japan, or Italy, Greece, whatever, in order to either generate electricity with gas turbines or to be used by industry. At the same time, these co-located fertilizer plants, such as CAFCO and SABIC and Fertiglobe, they use the same natural gas as a feedstock for producing hydrogen for the Haber-Bosch synthesis process. And that results in production of ammonia and then eventually urea. That's shipped all over the world to put on crops, for the rice in India, for the corn in Iowa, for the soybean farms in Brazil, right? It's shipped all over the world. And then as a result, the crop yields rise. And then that supports cheaper food so that people have more babies, which increases the world's population. That's how we got to 8 billion people. And then as those people demand more food, because everybody wants all-you-can-eat buffets all day long, then the demand for food creates more demand for more fertilizer and more gas and more LNG infrastructure to be built up in Qatar and Iran, etc. And it's all just jolly and great until there's a war from the Zionists, who have decided to burn down the whole world because they think that God's going to save them if they just kill enough people or something, or explode enough temples. They're insane. So they've decided just by themselves, the insane lunatic end of days Zionists, they've decided they want to burn down the world. And the easiest way for them to do that in their minds is to destroy this gas field, or destroy, Iran's capabilities and infrastructure, knowing that Iran would retaliate by destroying Qatar, and then knowing that Trump would retaliate by blowing up the whole damn thing, which is exactly what Trump has threatened to do. In his own post, he said he's going to nuke the gas field. Now, he didn't use the word nuke. I just want to be clear. He referred to some big, horrible weapon. I forgot the exact words that he used, but in my mind, it seemed like he's indicating a nuke. And it would take a nuke. It would take a deep nuke because the gas field is under the Persian Gulf. And I would imagine that if you nuke the North Field gas field, aren't you also nuking every ship in the Persian Gulf? Aren't you nuking the entire freaking Gulf? And you're destroying, 3,000 ships or whatever the number is that's stranded there right now? Maybe it's not 3,000. Maybe it's 1,600, whatever. But those ships can't just be rebuilt overnight. And
American business. What's the business?
they also have crews on those ships. Is Trump just going to nuke the Persian Gulf?
The incubator babies on the orphan train. Don't know where they going. Don't even have a name. A century later, playing the politics game. Yeah, we all over that shit.
Both. And just spread radiation everywhere. Kill all the people on all the ships. Destroy all the ships, all the carriers, which, again, take years to build. And nuke the field. Destroy all the gas in some kind of giant, earth gaping explosion, I guess, that could be seen, from Saturn. It's like, what happened to Earth? Oh, some dumbass nuked the North Field. Oh man, that explosion reached all the way, like halfway to the moon. That's woo. Well, not really. It wouldn't reach that far, but it would destroy human civilization as we know it. That's not an exaggeration. It would destroy human civilization as we know it. And Trump is threatening to do it. And it's clear that Israel is telling him to do it. And I guess the question is, how far will Trump go in this delusional obedience to an end times fanatical cult known as Zionism that literally wants to see the end of the world? See, you understand the problem now? Because they have the means to do it. Because Western civilization, well, not just Western, I mean, modern civilization, the whole world has been built on this house of cards. You could call it like the Haber-Bosch house of cards, which is dependent on just a couple of key companies in the Middle East, largely, that themselves depend on just a few key components, such as the cryogenic heat exchangers, which have a 3 to 4 year lead time to build back just one of them. And Qatar Energy says that 2 have been destroyed so far out of 14. So you see why this chart that I'm showing you here is so important. Because if Israel succeeds in its goal to burn down the world by destroying the hydrocarbon infrastructure, and this might be Trump's goal as well. I mean, he ran Operation Warp Speed, which was also a depopulation agenda. But if Trump is on board with the Zionist agenda to cull the human population and kill off half of the currently living humans, roughly, this is by far the most highly leveraged way to achieve that. You don't even have to have a nuclear war. You just nuke the natural gas that feeds 50% of the world. And then notice that 50% of the people in the world don't just keel over dead the next day, do they? No, it's not an instant thing. They die from starvation, from social upheaval, from civil war, from revolt, from economic collapse, from chaos, anarchy. They die from, starvation, but also mass violence, because the world crumbles. The world goes into Mad Max mode at that point, with possibly a few exceptions. Might be a good time to live on, Papua New Guinea, let's say, where they still grow some of their food, or maybe the high altitude mountains in the Andes, where I visited the Indians there who grow papas, potatoes with wooden plows pulled by oxen. And, it's not a fancy life. Don't get me wrong. They don't have internet, but they don't need fossil fuels either. So, there are a few populations like, the Amazonian tribes, whatever. There are a few populations around the world that can survive without fossil fuels and without Haber-Bosch, etc. But for most of what you think of as human civilization, the big cities, the modern countries, everything from China, United States, to, India, Turkey, Australia, Canada. Canada uses a lot of energy just for heating, obviously. Same thing with most of Western Europe. And these big cities, London, New York, whatever, Auckland, Tokyo, these cities are going to fall if this scenario becomes reality. And we're already 2 out of 14 of the way there. So this isn't some like doomsday what if scenario of, no, it's crazy. That could never happen. It's happening. It's happening. It's already happening. I'm not even talking about, maybe someday. What if someone lost their minds and started destroying this infrastructure? No, it happened yesterday. That's in the past. I'm talking about the repercussions of this. And I'm trying to help you understand that without all these things that we just talked about, again, I'm going to say Haber-Bosch again, without that, without natural gas that's cheap and abundant, without the infrastructure, without the cryogenic heat exchangers, literally our world collapses to half its current population. And the key takeaway from this is that I believe that's their goal. And so does Michael Yan. He agrees with me on this point because I just interviewed him about this. He says that's the goal. It's obvious, he says. Yeah, it is obvious. That's the goal. This war is not an accident. The destruction.
What clip you talking about? Isn't this you talking about the Netanyahu clip? 'Cause I ain't peeped it yet. All that shit could be. They still wondering if that dude dead or not.
Destruction of energy infrastructure is not an accident. This is all being deliberately done using the cover story of a war, but the real goal is to achieve global human depopulation on a rapid scale, to try to kill 1 out of every 2 people. Or maybe if they're not as successful, they might kill 1 out of every 4 people. But that's still 2 billion people. And I've estimated, with the help of AI agents, that this could kill from 2 to 4 billion people. So anywhere from 25% to 50% of the world's population, roughly speaking. Now, if we lose 2 billion people, then we go back to 1999 population levels. Do you remember 1999? There was more parking available in 1999. The freeways in LA were not as bad. And, you could still get around some cities in India that are now incomprehensible.
Then, I would assume they are not targeting humans. They are targeting we the people. There is a difference.
or even Manila in the Philippines, for example, right? That was 1999. And if you go back to 1974, with only 4 billion people, hey, life was actually pretty good in the 1970s, A guy could afford a house.
Go ahead and cue Planet of the Apes in this motherfucker.
Could raise a family on a single income, and have a house and a yard and a career and a 9-to-5 job. You didn't even have to work extra hours because food was affordable. The money had, of course, a lot more value at that time. Prices of everything you needed to buy were dirt cheap, even inflation adjusted. Everything was dirt cheap. You could buy a car. You could buy a giant, like a station wagon that had so much room. It's practically, today, it would be called an RV. But in the 70s, it was just called a station wagon. Like, you could have like sleepovers in the back of that thing. And there were no seat belts and no airbags and no anti-lock brakes, man. If you were going down the highway and something went wrong, your whole family just died on impact. That's the 1970s. But living was cheap. Food was cheap. You go to the grocery store, oh my God. They had everything. Dirt cheap. Those days are gone. The currency's lost its value. Food prices are skyrocketing. People can't afford to live. They can't afford a house. A typical young person can't afford a house. The jobs are being lost. And the powers that be are actually engineering mass death of billions of human beings because they don't need us anymore. And why don't they need us anymore? Because of the rise of AI and then soon AI robots. That's why. Because humans were exploited by governments and corporations for all these decades to basically pillage human cognition and labor, and to pay those workers the least amount possible to get their cognition and labor for the benefit of usually large evil globalist corporations or large evil genocidal governments. Now those same evil governments and corporations have come to realize that they just don't need as many humans anymore. And if you ask them, well, how many humans do you think you need? The answer is only about half. Only about half, because massive layoffs at Amazon, at Meta, at, I don't know. Just look at the layoff news. Every day, it's another 10,000, 20,000 people being laid off from major corporations. They're cutting humans like crazy and replacing them with what? With AI. And then those unemployed humans are sitting out there unable to get jobs because their skill sets are no longer better than the AI software.
You could probably run the numbers on global melanated population percentages versus pale folk percentages, and them numbers probably line up with who they want to depopulate for real.
Software systems. I mean, I know I'm an AI developer. I work with AI every day, and it's absolutely smarter than most humans. No question about it. People say, well, it's not AGI yet. It can't do everything a human can do. I guarantee you it can do everything a human can do in a desk job, because humans don't do that much in desk jobs, it turns out. Yes, it can write code. It can do spreadsheets. It can do all this stuff. It can make decisions. It can read emails and whatever. It can make presentations. Heck, this chart I've been showing you during this podcast, this was created by my AI agents. And they also did the research, etc. Right? So that would have taken me days. Now, it took 20 minutes or whatever to put that together. So yes, AI is replacing humans. Soon, AI robots will replace human labor, and all these displaced humans, they're sitting out there, increasing in number, collecting maybe welfare, food stamps, unemployment benefits, whatever. And the governments of the world are looking at this
either that or she was
phenomenon
playing dumb
and realizing that, hey, there's no way that we can afford to keep these people around, because we can't just pay them all universal basic incomes. We can't just have a giant welfare society where we pay people who don't pay taxes because they're not working. We can't just pay them to just eat and just buy stuff all day, because they don't work. They don't produce anything. You can't have a whole society based on just printing money and handing it out to consumers who just consume and consume and consume, and their only output is like bowel movements. That is not a sustainable economy. So what have the governments already figured out? Oh, kill them off. Kill off 4 billion people. How do you do that? You start a war. And then you make sure that during the war, you destroy the energy infrastructure that feeds half the planet. Boom. There you go. And that's exactly what's happening. And then that makes way for the rise of the robots. You see? All makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, once you understand how evil the globalists are and the governments and so on, and why Trump is just a puppet playing along with this whole thing, that even the conflict between Israel and Iran isn't entirely honest. It's also part of the global theater that's designed to achieve the result of mass human culling, global depopulation. And during all of this, by the way, I'm sure they'll find ways to kill off more than just 4 billion people. You know, they can have cyber attacks on the power grid, or they can just shut down the power grid and say it was a cyber attack. Oh, I mean, Trump just managed to shut off the whole power grid of Cuba. If they can do it in Cuba, they can do it in New York City. They can do it in Chicago. They can just shut down the power grids and just let everybody die. And if they do that in enough cities with a long enough duration, you get what? You get 90% die-off rate, don't you? Before very long, just a few months. So through those methods, you know, engineered famine, engineered destruction of the natural gas infrastructure that feeds the fertilizer process, and engineered wars and engineered revolts and engineered uprisings and violence, etc., they can probably kill off maybe, I'm just guessing, 7 billion out of 8 billion people, leaving only 1 billion remaining, roughly, give or take. And that's probably the plan. I don't think they'll succeed at that level, but they'll try. Heck, they probably thought that COVID would kill a lot more people than it did, and they were very disappointed. And that may be why we're enduring all this right now. Maybe they thought that COVID would kill a few billion, and they're like, dang it, you know, Bill Gates is up there. Depopulation didn't work. Let's try bombing, you know, let's try destroying the food infrastructure. I'm not saying that he's involved in this particular process. I was mocking a voice of a different globalist right there. But Bill Gates definitely wants depopulation. He's advocated it for a long time. I mean, he's invested in depopulation technologies, like birth control for men, where they blast your...
Is it COVID or is the jab doing its job, doing as it's designed to do? Slow kill. Just thought.
Your scrotum with, you know, ultrasound to kill your balls. Yeah, I mean, that's an actual Bill and Melinda Gates funded technology that they experimented on with African men. Like, here, put your balls in this thing. What does it do? Oh, you'll find out. Bzzz, you know, what? My balls. Ow, my balls, which is a line from Idiocracy, right? So that was a Bill Gates technology. So don't tell me that Bill Gates doesn't want to push depopulation, okay? Of course he does. But this is how they can get to somewhere between a population of, maybe on the high side, if they're not very successful, maybe they'll have 6 billion people left.
Oh,
and if they are very successful, maybe they'll have 1 billion people left.
Bingo.
But some of you, you know about the stones, right? You know, the hedge stones or whatever they're called.
Every day I'm seeing several posts about people RIPing. Young folks can't believe I can't believe this. It's really ramped up on social media. I mean, that shit doing its job. You know, some people are knocked off instantly, but others it's taking a while.
That are calling for a global population of only 500 million people. That 500 million is the correct sustainable number, you know, according to these stones, whatever they are. So maybe that's the goal. How will they get there? Well, they would have to add in like Terminator drones or something, you know, or
seizures, strokes, heart attacks, all that shit. All that shit caused by them clots and shit. Yeah.
Just mass chemical poisoning, you know, VX nerve gas for every bus station or whatever they plan to do. But maybe that's their plan, to get the world down to 500 million people. If that happens, there's going to be, you know, you're going to walk around the world and you're going to say, what civilization?
Chuck Norris, Hank Aaron, they got Hammer and Hank. This nigga's on national TV, advocate, did this shit on camera. Come on, man.
Used to be here, and why did they produce so much plastic? You know, that's going to be the number one question. Look at these landfill sites. My God. You're going to find, you know, concrete overpasses, you know, concrete structures. The wood frame houses won't last very long. They'll all collapse within a few decades. But concrete structures will be around for a long time, and whatever concrete homes are out there, they will withstand the test of time. But it's going to look like Earth was hit by a giant meteor or something. If we only have 500 million people left, because we built an infrastructure on this planet for 8 billion people, with all the roads, you know, and all the houses and all the highways and whatever, the parks, the parking lots, you know, the golf courses, whatever. I wouldn't mind nature taking back the golf courses, just to be clear. If you're a golfer, you might not like that comment, but those things are so toxic with all the weed killer. I'm like, come on. Oh my God. You're walking around in like toxic cancer chemicals all day long. They call it a manicured green. Yeah, it's a cancer cured green is actually what that is. So bottom line, now you know. Now you know. And of course, you know, food storage can help you get through a small part of this, but not the whole thing. You're going to need to learn to grow food if you don't already know how to do it in order to survive this. I should mention that my company, healthrangerstore.com, we sell and long-term storage to test it. If you want survival, so particularly right now, tripling from what they owe. But we have it for right now. But we're profiteering. We're keeping our prices the same. But we will have to raise them with the next production lot because, of course, our input prices are going up. But for the current lots that we have sitting literally on pallets, on pallet racks in the warehouse, I should probably shoot a video and show you that. But those are at the current price, which is really 2025 pricing. But what you're about to see later on this year is crazy pricing, because that's what's going to happen to the global food supply. Everything's going to get very, very expensive and eventually scarce. So that's the big picture, folks. I hope you found this educational, maybe a little bit entertaining or frightening. I don't know. I'm not here to scare you. That's not my goal. I'm here to educate you and to explain what's happening so that you can survive it. Because remember this. Let's suppose the globalists do kill 7 out of 8 billion people. Now, obviously that would be, you know, global genocide at a scale that has never been seen before that we know of, at least not on this planet. But it's probably not that hard to be in the remaining 1 billion people. And I don't mean to oversimplify this, but if you're listening to this podcast, you're already more informed than like at least 999 out of 1,000 people, considering just mainstream people, right? So you're already in the top sliver of the top 1%. You're easily going to make it through this if you've got some brains and some knowledge and, you know, some extra supplies and you know how to grow some food, etc. You can make it through this. It's not that hard for people who are informed and adaptable. And by definition, that's you. If you weren't informed and adaptable, you wouldn't be listening to this. So you're actually going to be okay. But the world's not going to be okay, because most people have no idea that this is coming. They have no idea. And you just say Haber Bosch to people, and they're like, oh, what is this? A freaking chemistry class. Nitrogen bonds. Please, God, no. You just try to talk about this. The average person is oblivious to the events of the world and how those events will impact them. They are oblivious. So they don't know that, you know, 2 LNG trains have been destroyed. They're like, what are LNG trains? What are you talking about? Are those little choo-choo trains we ride at the zoo with our kids. What are those things? No, the whole world depends on these trains. Oh, okay. See, people don't even know that, right? People have no idea where their food comes from, where energy comes from. They have no idea what's happening in the Middle East. The mainstream media isn't telling them. So they're the ones that are going to be the most susceptible to the culling, because they have no information. They have no supplies. They have no skills. They have no knowledge. And for people in that group, yeah, they're not going to do well. But for you, you're not in that group by definition. So I'm not here to scare you. I'm here to help you understand what's about to happen, and to understand that you are surrounded by people who do not know what's going to happen. And when you try to tell them, they don't want to hear it. They don't. I mean, try it. You'll see. They have no interest. Because, they think the future is going to be just like the past. Food's always appeared on the shelf magically at the grocery store. They're like, it's going to work that way forever. What if that's not true? What if the food you used to get came from an industrial process that has just been partially bombed and destroyed with a 3 to 5 year repair time? What then? Well,
you see these stories at this point in time, we all got a story like this. Something going on in the family after taking that shit. That's the crazy part.
They don't want to talk about that. Like, why are you being so negative? Are you trying to black pill me? No. Trying to make sure you don't starve to death, but I guess you don't care. So have fun eating Soylent Green burgers, or your Cricket McNuggets, because those might be the top 2 sources of protein that are available as the global famine continues to expand. And you can combine those. So you have Soylent Green burger with like a cricket leg magic sauce on top,
This food might diabolical.
Like a Big Mac. Just remember to bring some dental floss to get the cricket legs out of your teeth after you're done.
Soylent Green.
You smile like, what is that?
Soylent Green
cricket legs in your teeth.
Grasshopper.
Oh yeah, that's the government food stamp program only gives you, cricket legs.
Cricket legs and Soylent Green burgers. That's diabolical, Mike. You crazy.
Soylent Green. You don't even get the cricket torsos. That's the high-end stuff. That's for the paying customers. The free welfare people on the CBDCs, they get the cricket legs. The legs that are left over in the bottom of the cricket, the grow farm, when they scrape all the crickets out after they dried them in a giant cricket dehydrator, the legs at the bottom, that's what you get. It's not quite like,
all right,
legs.
Mike, cut the shit.
Not as much meat on them, but can't be choosy. You didn't prepare, so have fun with the cricket legs. Oh, and before I wrap this up, one more thing. This should have been obvious, but I'll point it out just in case it didn't occur to any of you listening. Possibly, do you realize that also the animal feed is produced with nitrogenous fertilizers? So if you think, well, no, I don't care about corn and soy and alfalfa and all this stuff, I'm just going to eat beef. Yeah. Well, where do you think the beef comes from? The cows are fed the corn, and the corn's grown with nitrogen. Those are Haber-Bosch cows. Yeah, I managed to fit that term in one more time. Haber-Bosch cows. You thought they were Black Angus? No, they're Haber-Bosch cows. See? So all the animal feed is subject to the same conditions that we're talking about here. It all traces back to the same natural gas. So bottom line, if this infrastructure is destroyed, then maybe roughly half the planet dies over the next few years. And those are going to be the most difficult years imaginable, because when people start starving, they get desperate and crazy things happen. So that's why you need not just food, but the ability to defend it. And also, you need to live far from the cities if you can. So there you go. That's my take. All right. You can follow my work at naturalnews.com, and you can hear more of my analysis and interviews at brightvideos.com. I'm going to create a book based off this presentation. I don't yet know the title of the book because I'm going to let AI choose it. But you'll be able to find that at books.brightlearn.ai. And I'm also going to force an audiobook generation of that book so that there'll be an audiobook version freely downloadable within less than a day, even, maybe less than 12 hours, whatever. But you'll be able to find it. Again, go to books.brightlearn.ai and you'll be able to find that book based on this presentation.
Okay, buddy. Word of the day is famine. And some people call it doom and gloom. I call it a reality check. Oh, yeah, you don't want to be in these cities when you got hundreds and thousands and millions of people hungry. Mad Max, welcome to the Terror Dome. And that link I put in the chat was for the bio, was a link on biochar. The enemy's public say he dropped a Mayday today. I'm gonna check this out real quick. That's right. Go where you can grow your own food and protect that shit. Because if you got all these people hungry and starving, they coming. They hear there's some food over here or over there, they coming. And if it come between you and them feeding themselves or their children, you talking about, it is what it is at that point. Now, hopefully people get together and create communities. And they should have already been doing it. Like most people don't even know their neighbors' names and shit. They don't even know nothing about it. The motherfucker live right next door to them. Been living next door to each other for 10 years and don't know who the fuck they living next to. How many people on your street do you know? Like, honestly. Do you mingle? Do y'all have block parties? Does everybody know each other? Do the children know each other? Is there a neighborhood relationships built? Is it really a community? Or just a location you live in? It's just a few questions to ask. Let's check out this new Mayday. The rapid fire.
Rapid fire round. I'm blazing the lanes, breath control, surgical cutting through, flow insane, click, clack, cadence, compact, no drag, every bar snap tight like a brand new mag, zip through syllables, rippling the rhythm attack, minimal gap, when I pivot, I'm giving it back, flash, fast, diction, friction when I glide on the track, precision, incisions, the hammer, leave a permanent crack, quick with the wit, I'm a flick, I'm a spark, fire start, rhyme harder when I'm leaving the mark, smart with the art, every part in the lock, like a clock, tick tock, tick tock. You'll never see when I talk. Heavy thread that I spread, well bred, well fed. With the venomous pen, make a sentence feel dread. Accelerate, detonate, never late. On the phrase, I levitate on the track. Demonstrate how I blaze, calculate every break, every breath that I take. Then I lace it with fire that's the great thing I fake. Too sharp, cut clean, redefine. What's the divine. Mayday, fast flames, set the pace you can't time. In the zone so cold, but it burn like the sun. Double time when I rhyme, I'm just having some fun. No stutter, no clutter, cutting through with the flow. But it's smooth when I move, I just stay with the groove. Keep tight, never bite when I'm spitting the rhyme.
How fucking do you want?
Rapid fire round. Mic check, I'm blazing the lanes. Breath control, surgical, cutting through. Flow insane, click, clack, cadence, compact, no drag. Every bar
I'm trying to leave a comment and shit.
Damn. In the rhythm attack, minimal gap. When I pivot, I'm giving it back. Flash, fast, diction, friction when I glide on the track. Precision, incisions, the hammer, leave a permanent crack. Quick with the wit, I'm a flick, I'm a spark, fire start. Rhyme harder when I'm leaving the mark. Smart with the art, every part in the lock like a clock. Tick tock, tick tock. You'll never see when I talk. Heavy thread that I spread, well bred, well fed. With the venomous pen, make a sentence feel dread. Accelerate, detonate, never late on the phrase. I levitate on the track, demonstrate how I blaze. Calculate every break, every breath that I take. Then I lace it with fire that's the great. Then I fake, too sharp, cut clean, redefine what's divine. Mayday, fast flame, set the pace you can't time. In the zone so cold, but it burn like the sun. Double time when I rhyme, I'm just having some fun. No stutter, no clutter, cutting through with the flow. But it's smooth when I move, I just stay with the groove. Keep tight, never bite when I'm spitting the rhyme. Original and individual will never decline. Mayday, yes, I'm the signal they send. When the tempo too slow, I'm the fix in the end. Rapid fire, emphasis on the fire.
Rapid fire round.
I'm trying to leave a comment. This motherfucker acting stupid. Pen. They open the bottomless pen. Those arose of smoke on the pit. Furnace in the sun. Sound like that. The hell is that? Is that some scriptures? I got something hot off the press too. Hold on. Nation building 101. You feel me? Fuck this dog barking at me. Hot off the press. It's a vibe. It's growing on me.
It's that blueprint talk. Family first. Nation rise. Yeah. Strong mama in the kitchen, head wrap, stand tall. Stretch a little pot, feed five, that's y'all. Turn the food stamp line to a game plan scribble. Baby, read that sign, sound it out, break the riddle. Early in the morning, she up, eyes red. Packing little lunches, still making up the bed. Do your homework first, then you grab that phone. She the first safe place that the baby's ever known. Bills on the table, stress in the air, but she still find time just to braid up hair. Straight A's on the fridge, that's a crown on display. She say focus now, shine later, that's the way. Nation building 101. Start at home, strong mothers, focus kids. Mind stay grown, strong fathers, balance hands. Heart stay strong, get the family right. Watch the whole hood come along. Nation building 101. Brick by brick, teach love, teach law, teach mind over quick. We don't beg for a throne, we just claim that seat. One house, one block, one nation on his feet, on his feet. Strong mama at the desk, late night class notes. Studying for nursing while she zip up coats. Baby at the table doing math, same grind. 2 generations locked on the same climb. She don't let them hide from the books, no slack. Check every answer, then you run it right back. Turn cartoons off, let a doc film play. Know where you from, then you know what to say. She clap for each win, still correcting each flaw. Teach them how to think, how to question every law. She don't raise little followers, she racing up a team. Every focused child start at somebody's nation building 101. Start at home, strong mothers, focus kids hit. Mind stay grown, strong fathers, balance hand. Heart stay strong. strong, get the family right, watch the whole hood come along. Nation building 101. Brick by brick, teach love, teach law, teach mind over quick. We don't beg for a throne, we just claim that seat. One house, one block, one nation on his feet. On his feet, strong daddy in the driveway, grease on his palms. Teaching little man how to tighten the arms. Hold that light steady, keep your word like that, yeah. Discipline with patience, never swing off cap. He correct, then he hug, that's the real backbone. Show a daughter how a king act, calm tone. Look him in the eyes when you speak, stand firm. Every choice got a cost, every loss gotta learn. He had every game on the front bleacher. Then at night, open books, he a home teacher. Balanced in his spirit, he ain't ruled by rage. He just set clear lines like bars on a page. Nation building 101. Start at home, strong mothers, focus kids. Mind stay grown, strong fathers, balance hands. Heart stay strong, get the family right, watch the whole hood come along. Nation building 101. Brick by brick, teach love, teach law, teach mind over quick. We don't beg for a throne, we just claim that seat. One house, one block, one nation on his feet, on his feet, on his feet. On his feet. On his feet. On his feet. Teach love. It's that blue.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I think it is a vibe. It's definitely different. Yeah. It's got some good content. I've been in that zone the last couple of days. Right on, right on. Hey, that Mayday go hard too. That rapid fire, that shit hit. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's just the clip. You getting the whole song ready, or is that it? It got a little more to it. Yeah, we do need more positivity. That's why I be saying content matters, man. Content really matters. And what can I move on to next? What's up with all this Clark Kent, aka Joe Kent nonsense? Let me see. A couple guys I follow speaking on it. Lyrical content matters, bro. Lyrical content matters. Anybody can write that street shit. Shoot 'em up, bang, bang. I sell dope. Fuck bitches, pimp hoes, blase, 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 blase. But can you talk about something of substance? Can you talk about, can you give a message? And can you dance to it? Can you bop to it? That's the, if it don't have that groove, then it ain't gonna hit. Let's see what we got. Hey, yo, that song is hilarious, dog. You talk about the song he made from the whole security footage of them raiding his house. That shit is crazy. That shit happened some years ago. Boy, that shit's so funny. Oh, I ain't see him in court crying and shit, dog. That shit is crazy. I gotta peep that. Yeah, I was listening when you talking about on Mayday. I was listening. I'm like, where did that come from? That come from somewhere. I couldn't put the name to it. That shit go, man. That shit go. You got the footage of the boo-hooers. They tried to sue this man, right? Didn't they try to sue him for making that song? Like, get the fuck out of here. That shit's hilarious. He handled their ass some vicious. That shit was hilarious, boy. That shit is so funny. What you raiding this man's house for anyway? This damn dog. Hold on, man. He must be caught on something. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. What's them links you dropping? Isness? What you got down? What is that? What is that? The enemy's public. What you got down there? Oh shit! For real? That's what's up. Oh, I see back chat action. Back chat action. Oh, dude, it didn't leave a link. It just put the title.
Yeah, I got you. I'm trying to fix it right now.
I bet. Damn, how can I get to that link? What song is that? That's one of your shorts? Let me see. Oh, that How Funky Do You Want It? That's what you're talking about, huh? Yeah, I seen that on the next. Let me see. Let me pull that up. Oh man, what you doing? Y'all not gonna. It's not gonna play. Is that what y'all doing? There we go. There we go.
How funky do you need it?
From the front to the back now. We gon' turn this thing out. I slide in, curl on tight fade, smell the shea butter and waves getting laid. Mama in the kitchen used to clean on a Saturday with dreams on the box couch shaking like an 8-0. Uncle had lakeside bumping in the Buick, gold spokes, church socks, whole block knew it. Larry Graham on the tape, thumb slap face, screw it. He say, boy, feel that low end, that's the truest. We had Johnny Guitar Watson on the milk crate, cracking, but the swagger still felt great. Come from Sean when the cousins start the two-step, living room rug turning into a full set.
Hey, how funky do you want it? Say how funky do you need? From the projects to the pulpit, let that groove make you believe. More love and funkadelic, boots on my feet. Got that James Brown Holy Spirit, make you shout right in your seat. Good God, how funky do you want it? How funky do you need? If you really wanna get it, come and get down here with me.
Granddaddy in his chair doing small moves. Eyes closed, but his shoulders still feel groove. James Brown on a scratched up 45 every make the whole house come alive. Mama hit a step while she stirring that pot. E-train on repeat, never let the beat stop. She say, baby, keep your head high, stay locked, walk like you got a rhythm that the world can't rock. We hit the cookout speaker on till paper plates, hot links, sweet tea, silk, Boosie on the shirt, star shape, frames lit. Cousin yelling, turn it up like the roof ain't split.
How funky do you want it? Say how funky do you need? From the backyard to the corner, let that groove roll out of your seat. Parliament funkadelic, boots on my feet. Got that James Brown Holy Spirit, make you shout right in your seat. Hit me. How funky do you want it? How funky do you need? If you really wanna get it, come and get down here with me.
This that cookout, car wash, first day fade. This that payday, Friday, rent half paid. This that mama still dancing though the bills ain't made. This that soul in your bones that can't ever fade. From the choir to the block, that same drum talk. From the church shoot slide to the tightrope walk. Ask me where I'm from, I just stomp and lean. Say I was raised by funk, you can hear and see.
Hey, how funky do you want it?
Huh?
Say how funky do you need? From the front row to the rafters, let that groove set you free. Parliament funkadelic, boots on my feet. How funky do you want it?
Hey, that's hard though. That's hard. That shit hard. Yeah, that shit is funky too, boy. Hell yeah. Hey, that's TP for your ass.
LinkedIn Premium cannot stop your coworker from saying weird things about his cat.
Have you ever heard a cat sing before, Jonathan?
But
Mr.
Oh boy. Ooh, Ashford and Simpson. Can you be a little more specific? Afroman is a fool with it.
I know you ain't talking about no Ebony and Ivory, none yet. What you want?
Oh shit! Well, you finna have her flip the script, blow. She about to blow a gasket on your ass.
I know she gonna come up in here and wreck the studio.
Oh, diabolical. Come on with it. Let's go. Let's go.
Sorry. Sean, you were called Officer Pound Cake by Mr. Foreman?
Multiple times.
You was called Officer what? What the fuck you say? Wait a minute.
And the content you were
saved hundreds of pounds.
Officer Pound Cake?
Pound Cake.
You were called Officer Pound Cake by Mr. Foreman?
Multiple times.
You
We
were
saved hundreds of pound cakes at work from different people.
Okay. And the context of that name comes from a music video that Mr. Foreman created, correct?
I don't know where he got it at, but you'd have to ask him that question.
You know where he got it from, Officer Pound Cake.
Defense Exhibit V. I'd like you to watch it.
Okay.
What the fuck?
The Adams County Sheriff kicked down my door. Then I heard the glass break. They found no kidnapping victims, just a living pound cake. Mama's living pound cake. It tastes so nice. It made the sheriff wanna put down his gun and cut him a slice.
Diabolical. I don't remember
There
this
you
part
go.
of the video.
There you go, looking at the pound cake. He put down his gun. Like, hold on. Y'all smell that?
Hey, I don't remember this. I don't remember dude getting a piece of cake.
He said, hold on. Y'all, what's that smell? Y'all smell that? What's that wonderful smell?
What the fuck?
He couldn't help it.
I don't think I ever had nothing like that.
He wanna put down his life. Lemon pound cake, trending on TikTok. Lemon pound cake, he's a family guy. Lemon pound cake, crunchy because he got hot. Lemon pound cake.
Hey, I ain't peeped this song, man. I ain't even peeped this song. I know the
Oh,
other song.
He made a bunch of songs on them. Just strap on.
I remember the one song. They talking about they messed up his gate. They need to pay for his damages and all kind of shit.
He had a whole album of songs on them motherfuckers.
Oh, you don't recall why he called you pound cake?
You about to find out.
This is
Okay. He's a Adams County Sheriff. He's hungry and he's big as hell. He was sniffing for weed. Then he smelled another smell. What was that? Mama's living Lemon pound cake, trending on TikTok. Lemon pound cake, he's a family guy. Lemon pound cake, munchies because he got hot. Lemon pound cake, pound cake.
The diabolical part of the motherfuckers in the crowd, now they taking the major L. They got people in the crowd singing the song, dog. This is crazy.
Wait till you see the court and they're biting their lip trying not to laugh.
He sees my cake and my porno man combo boom. Something happened to his camera on the way to the evidence room.
Hey, this is in court, dog. In court.
Yeah, this is the court monitor.
Because he got hot, lemon pound cake, pound cake, lemon pound.
They don't even realize how viral they making that shit go. It's like,
This didn't do nothing but make it worse with her crying in court.
that's what I was saying. Like, it's the first time me hearing this lemon pound cake song. Like, and I know it's a whole lot of people ain't hip to this yet.
You about to hear 2 more songs.
This shit is crazy, dog.
He's a family guy. Lemon pound cake, munchies because he got hot. Lemon pound cake, pound cake.
So you've seen Exhibit D, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You would admit that's you with the glasses walking by the pound cake on the counter?
Yes.
I can't. It's from the search for the woman's residence?
I assume, yes.
But there's no question that's you during the search.
Yes.
There is question. There's
No, that was me, yes.
You really don't know her. I noticed her voice is a few
This had to hurt.
slower. She's not too ugly. She's not too fine, but she's might got something that's bigger than mine. Let it come on. Lisa,
Pause. Look at this. See? Look at she's sitting there. Oh, shit. Hey. Oh, dog. This man is diabolical.
Yes, he is.
Oh. Bro. You know them motherfucking cops mad as a motherfucker. Uh-oh, look at her. She like, why me? Why me?
Damn. I'm about to laugh up a lung.
The reaction. She can't do shit. Like, This motherfucker.
What I'm gonna do? Y'all keep on laughing. She's gonna eat your wife's pussy.
Ugly than a motherfucker.
Look
Just made it worse. She ugly than a motherfucker.
Look at her, dog. Cut all that fucking heavy breathing and shit out, man.
Right. He watching her cry.
And they're bobbing and shit. Like, yeah, take that. It's take it. Take that. That's about you.
That had to be a wonderful feeling right there.
Yeah, dog. I don't know. Listen to her. Hey, listen to her back there.
Yep, you hear her sniffing and shit, groveling.
This motherfucking attorney tapping that pen so hard. He like, yeah. I don't know how he did it. I'd have been in that motherfucker weak.
I'd have died. I'm telling you, I'd have just opened up. I'd have died.
They'd be like, contempt of court. Get this motherfucker. I'd have got kicked out of court.
Yep, me too. I'd have been done.
I know that attorney had a evil grin on his motherfucking face, so vicious.
Wait a minute. What the fuck is that? Oh, this. I did a show one night, and this girl said, "Hey, Afroman, I want to give you some pussy."
Hey, I'm Petey, aka Peter Pan. Turns out adulthood's kind of awesome. I still don't understand fitted sheets or taxes, but luckily AAA covers other adult mysteries like home and auto insurance. With AAA, it pays to be a member.
Play the next link.
Oh, okay, hold on. Hey, what's this on the screen? Wait a minute. Hey, dog.
That's the same. It's the same thing. Oh, wait,
Oh.
wait, whoa.
Lick 'em up, Lisa.
Lick 'em up, Lisa. Is this the video or are you talking about a different link?
No,
that's
that's a different link. No, I'm talking about you can play this one too, but I was talking about the other link I put in the back. He told their ass up. What's this one about? Lick 'em up, Lisa.
Came to town. She ate all the pussy.
No, that's the actual video. Okay. Hold on. That was the first one.
Yeah, you played Pound Cake already.
Afroman, Ohio police court after deputy admits he doesn't know if his wife cheated on him. Is that the Pound Cake dude?
Nah.
All right, hold on. Oh shit. Hold on, StreamYard acting goofy. Hold on a second.
What shirt? Oh, right. the water. Get out of my room.
Okay, here we go. Let me make sure the audio up. What is you doing, Nunya?
Oh, shoot.
You go with that panel etiquette again. I'm gonna have to do an Afroman song about your ass and this panel etiquette.
Uh-oh. What did you just see?
Hopefully nothing. It looked like it was pointed at the ceiling or something, but back to this beautiful bean footage.
The defamation statement is that he said he had sex with your wife.
Yes.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light.
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
They really trying this shit though.
Wait, you don't know if your wife's cheating on you or not? Wait, you don't know if your wife's cheating on you or not? That's not true,
Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
Wait, you don't know if your wife's cheating on you or not?
You want to go there?
No, I just want to ask that question. You said we don't know.
I've been with that woman since middle school.
I know.
I would hope she wouldn't. But you know what? Once somebody puts it out there for their fun and entertainment, it's out there. And it's a problem.
So it's something we cannot verify the truth of?
Well, he done went home and did some domestic. Look, you know how the motherfucking cops are, boy. That's some of the highest percentage of domestic violence out there.
He cried in the car.
He probably went home and beat on his wife.
He know he better not. He better not go up in court if they see her with some black eyes and shit.
Right. And my man sitting up in there with an American flag shirt, boy, is killing them.
I know. And then he came out of court talking about, I love America.
Is it a thing that can be verified, true or false?
Ask your client.
Ask your client. Ask your client.
That had to
Ask your client. That's crazy. What's them links y'all putting in the chat? I can't get them. Okay, hold on. No, I have to open up the live stream to get to that. Let me close some of these tabs.
Well, don't drop the stream if you can help it.
Obviously, they don't know. Obviously, they don't know shit about lyrical content. Niggas be talking crazy in lyrics. Like, I slept with your wife, and da-da-da-da-da-da. You taking that shit literally, huh? Your wife she probably really interested. And you got you out here looking sad. She like this week, motherfucker. Let me go. She gonna go find
and his
Afroman. Give
wife
him some of
looking
that.
sad. She pitched the bitch if he didn't. What you mean you don't know if I'm cheating, motherfucker?
Right. She better chill out because them cops known to be putting their hands on their wives and shit.
Yeah, especially the ones that be on them roids.
I mean,
he don't look like he on no roids, but still. After a few beers,
We had just gotten an
that's all it
AEP bill that was, they do a thing where they settle up,
Yeah.
where
Mhm.
we ended up getting charged almost $1,200.
Stop. Okay, all right. Oh shit. Hey, they don't like me playing this funny shit and help them share humiliating law enforcement. They like, pause this nigga stream.
your stream lagging.
Leave my hell yeah, I'm over here moving hella slow. Like I'm trying to get to my own chat
I get the links.
so I can get these links.
I get them. You gonna fuck around and drop the stream.
Because I got loading. I just got a spinning loading. The loading. It won't even let me close the tab.
How come I can't hear nothing?
Huh? I don't know. You can't hear me talking?
Yeah, I can hear talking. Oh, that's because. Can you get your phone?
You don't hear? Do you hear the background music?
No.
I wasn't really playing that. I'm sitting there trying to get these links.
Links in the back. Those are links from the chat I'm putting in the back.
Run the stop sign. Check. Wreck It Randy. We're not required to do that, Walter. What the hell? All right, let me get this. Randy Walters is a son of a bitch. Is this the link TP put in there? Did he really go? Did he really pull a Roger Zapp and Roger Troutman in his bitch?
Yeah, we about to find out. I was just waiting for the vocalizer.
Randy Walters is the son of a bitch. Yeah, that's why I fucked his wife and got filthy rich.
There it is.
That's the same. That's the same fit he was in court with.
He horrible.
This man is crazy, dog.
dough. Fix my dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop disconnecting my video. Fix my dough. Fix my dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop disconnecting my video. Fix my dough. Fix my dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop disconnecting my video. Fix my dough. Fix my dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop disconnecting my video. If you're pressing charges, let me know. If there's no kidnap victims, let me go. Stop cutting off my video. Listening to that unconfidential hoe. Crooked Bo Randy Walters is the son of a bitch. That's why I fucked his wife and got filthy rich.
I had to see this latest report.
Randy Walters is so rotten. He's hooked on coke and Oxycontin. In Manchester long ago, he owed a drug dealer lots of dough. He tried to run like a track star. Got stuck trying to hide underneath the car. He became the chief of Manchester. Now Manchester is a disaster. He pulls you over. He steals your pills, your Oxycontin, and your dollar bill. He's a drug addict. He got fired. He went to Adams County. Somehow he got hired. Cal stealing Kimmy Rogers is a bullshitter. He needs to stop hiring criminals and knocking up his babysitter.
Ooh.
Randy Walters is the son of a bitch. Yeah, that's why I fucked his wife and got filthy rich. Hey Randy, fix my dough.
Hey Randy,
stop stealing my dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop disconnecting my video. Fix my dough. Fix my dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop disconnecting my video. Fix my dough. Fix my dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop disconnecting my video. Fix my dough. Fix my dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop disconnecting my video. If you're pressing charges, let me know. If there's no kidnap victims, let me go. Stop cutting off my video. Listening to that unconfidential hoe. Crooked Popo. Muppets, video camera.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Old girl that got was that the chick that was crying on the stand and the huffing and puffing? That was the chick in a sex tape?
Yeah, that's Lickum Lisa.
That's a police officer, right?
Hey,
Yeah, didn't you see her with her police officers?
I'll be back.
Yeah.
Okay. She had on her little police officer's suit. Oh.
Make the turn already.
I almost missed the proper turn anyway.
Oh, these are actual songs and videos. All right. Let's see. Oh shit. It's actually Afroman testifying. Hold on. Lick 'em low, Lisa. Randy Walters is a son of a bitch. Wow, why did y'all fuck with this man? It remind me of somebody I know.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the
You
truth.
sound like Nate Dogg.
As this, you shall answer unto God.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. See.
He even got the American flag glasses on.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, would you give us your name, please?
My name is Joseph Edgar Foreman.
You are known under the stage name as Afroman, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you create music videos and do performances, is
Yes,
that
sir.
right? How many states of the United States have you performed in, do you think?
All of them.
All 50.
Yes, sir.
How many countries have you performed in?
I don't remember, but not all of them, but I've been to a few.
How many live performances did you do last year, roughly?
I don't know. Possibly 250. I don't know, but I don't know. There's a lot of days, but I don't know exactly.
And you have a residence here in Adams County, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have been performing for 20 or 30 years, is that right?
All my life.
All right. And is it fair to say that one of the first big hits you had was But Then I Got High?
Because I got high.
Because I Got High? And
because I got high.
do you think it's
because I got high.
that song has had over 300 million views on YouTube?
Sounds right.
You have a large presence on social media, obviously, correct?
Depends on your definition of large. There's bigger people than me, but I'm all right.
And on Instagram, is it fair to say that you have 247,000 followers?
Yeah, I just got some of them the other day.
Why is he doing
new
a
ones coming all the
discography?
Yes, not all the time, just here lately.
Because the trial's coming up?
Yeah, all the publicity from the officer's lawsuit me is running up my numbers.
That's his attorney talking.
And
Oh,
on YouTube, you have almost 1 million followers, 983,000. Is that right?
I haven't looked. It was 977 last time I looked.
And on TikTok, you have about 392,000 followers.
Just like I said,
I haven't looked at him.
They blowing his ass up. Even more than he was. They done made this man viral with this shit.
They better not blow up
Sounds kind of,
Iggy Otto or whatever his name is.
Who?
Iggy Blow?
Oh, Forgiato.
Right.
I need to play that for TEP. You get TEP reaction.
He gonna be pissed. He gonna be ready to go find dude.
Right.
You know when you post something that a lot of people are going to see it, don't you?
Yes.
When this search happened back in August of 2022, Mr. Foreman, you weren't at home?
No.
You were driving home from Chicago?
Yes.
And you got an alert from a family member that the sheriffs were there searching your home, is that right?
Yes.
And you were able to turn on your phone and watch through your home security system what the deputies were doing for a period of time, weren't you?
Yes.
And is it fair to say you were angry and upset about this search?
I wasn't happy.
Whether you're a professional technician or simply take pride in maintaining your own cars.
And is that why you posted the things we've seen this week, because you weren't happy?
No, I posted it because the sheriff's never supposed to raid my house in the first place. The whole raid was a mistake. All of this is their fault. If they hadn't have wrongly raided my house, there would be no lawsuit. I would not know their names. They wouldn't be on my body. They wouldn't be on my home surveillance system. And there would be no songs, nothing. My money would still be intact, nothing. So all of this is their fault.
And because they executed a search warrant on your home, that gave you the right to post the things we've seen this week on the internet?
Because
Is that right, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, but tearing down my door, not paying for it, not being apologetic, me being a sport, doing something peaceful to raise the money to pay for their damages, me having the right of the freedom of speech as an American to talk to my family, friends, and fans about what the sheriffs did to my home. Yes, I had the right to my freedom of speech. After they left, I had the right to kick the can and to do what I had to do to repair the damage they brought to my house. Yes, I did.
That includes the right to post the videos that you've just been posting up until Friday and beyond, right?
Yes, I have freedom of speech. I'm a rapper. I entertain. I write fiction comedy. Yes, I mean, I entertain for a living like you practice law for a living. So I have to go to work.
The deputies left a warrant return at your house, didn't they?
I think they left something with my ex-wife. I'm not sure.
Well, you saw, as soon as the search was over, as soon as you got home, you saw a document that showed exactly how much cash had been taken from the house, correct?
What?
I know I got paid $5,000 for the show that suit was in. I forgot that money was in that suit. But, I heard, I don't know what piece of paper I heard. I knew they took some money. I just knew they took some money. I knew it was 4,000-ish. I knew they took some money and they seized some money and some weed and some, I don't know what else, just minor stuff.
You knew how much money was in that pocket when you came home and saw the warrant return, didn't you?
It was $5,000 from back when I did that show. I remember it was $5,000, but anyway.
So is it your testimony that they actually took $5,000 instead of
No, I just know.
4,390?
I know when I did that show, it was with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa at Red Rocks in Denver. The balance of that show for me, they sent in a deposit, but the balance was $5,000. I put the $5,000 in my coat pocket. I got drunk, I got high, and I forgot to get that money, and I hung that suit back up, and that's where they got that money from.
So it was $5,000 they got.
Yes, it was $5,000 that was in my suit when I got paid in Red Rocks. Now, after all of this stuff, you know, whatever, it's I don't really know the complete number. It's 46, it's 430. The number bounces up and down. But all I know is I got paid $5,000 at the Red Rocks with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa when I played the Red Rocks in Denver.
And you got $4,000 returned, right?
I don't know the exact amount.
Well, you were there with the news when you got it.
Right, and the lady at the sheriff's station admitted that the sheriffs were short. You can go watch the 19 News.
You knew when you saw the warrant returned, didn't you? That the amount that they were saying was taken was actually more money than was in that suit pocket.
I didn't warrant.
That's why you brought the news to the sheriff's office when you got the money back, because you knew that they had miscounted the money and the number on the evidence bag was actually more
I didn't know
money.
nothing. The lady at the sheriff department just volunteered the information. I was sitting there, you know, if she had been, I might not even known I got ripped off. She admitted it live on Channel 19 News that the money wasn't right.
You remember in your deposition when I asked you, why did you bring the news when you picked up the money?
Yeah, I didn't want to get beat up or Epstein at the sheriff's station after I seen him running around my house with AR-15s. So that's why I brought the news and my attorney. So to make sure I got out of that place with my money.
You brought the news to protect you physically.
Yeah.
You didn't bring the news because you already knew there was a miscount and you were going to make.
I didn't know nothing about the discount. I didn't know. I figured they stole my money. They turned my cameras off. So if you turn my cameras off, you must got something bad in mind. So yeah, I'm accusing them of it. You know, they turn my cameras off. I can't see what they're doing.
So your testimony under oath here today to these 10 jurors is that you brought the news when you picked up your money to protect you physically from being beat up or shot by the sheriffs, right?
Yes.
All right.
And they volunteered the information that the money wasn't right. That's just an extra something we found out. But I came with my attorney and the news to make sure the people running around my house with guns didn't take me into jail and do something.
You had a safe in your home, correct?
2 of them.
2 safes. Did the sheriffs look?
So the whole reason they ran up in this man's house was over some kidnapping claims.
Who did he kidnap? Allegedly.
Or some kidnapping claims or some kind of trafficking shit, some shit like that. I heard him say something about, I don't know, I heard him say something about kidnapping. Like, I ain't kidnapping, I ain't got hold hostages and kidnapping. Like, I'm in my house with that shit.
Oh, wow.
Into those safes, to your knowledge?
Yes, they did.
Deputies?
Yes.
And how did they get the combination?
I gave it to my ex-wife so the sheriffs wouldn't pull my safe out the floor, take it to the station and put something in it and try to say that whatever they put in my safe was mine. So I went ahead and gave my ex-wife, who I didn't want to give my combination to, it was just safer. I went ahead and gave her my combination so they could open up the safe and realize that they just vandalized somebody that don't even have nothing in the safe.
And do you know what was in those safes?
It was absolutely nothing in the safes.
Don't you keep jewelry in those safes?
No.
Can you tell me that in your deposition that you keep jewelry in those safes?
I do.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home after the search?
I didn't put nothing in the safes.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home?
Nothing was in them, so nothing was missing in the safe.
You need a new attorney. This nigga's
You
slow.
talked to Randy Walters on the phone before you got home that evening during the search, or right afterwards, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
He told you that they were taking some money and some vape pens and a small amount of marijuana. He told you that.
Yes, sir.
You knew, didn't you, Mr. Foreman, that there had been an investigation by the Claremont County Sheriff's Office into the discrepancy about the cash that was missing from your home, correct? You knew there was an investigation.
Yeah, I knew the sheriffs was investigating themselves.
Oh, that's how you saw it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever ask for a report so you could see how bad this investigation of themselves really was?
Yes, I was trying to get involved any way I can. The investigation was going on without any of my participation.
Did you ask for a copy of the report?
I did. I asked for everything. I was trying to be involved.
So you've seen the report?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I just saw it a few minutes ago.
Well, you had an attorney when you got the cash return, correct?
At the station?
Yes.
I had attorney. Yeah, my attorney was present.
Did your attorney ask for a copy of this report?
It wasn't when I got my cash back from the station, it wasn't an investigation until we realized money was missing.
Well, did you contact your attorney and say, hey, get me a copy of that report?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Well, Mr. Klingler wants to talk about his client's attorney-client privilege and maybe waive it. Mr. Foreman does have attorney-client privilege with his attorney at that time. And we are going to assert that privilege because it's privilege he has of right.
And so far he hasn't asked anything privileged. So I appreciate the sensitivity. Overrule the objection. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Your testimony is you never saw a copy of Detective Robinson's report until today.
Yes, sir.
And that's because you didn't want to see a copy of the
Well,
investigation.
maybe that's not his attorney.
I did.
Might be the prosecutor or whatever.
I wanted everything
Or defense
that had to
attorney.
do with my money coming.
And that was 3.5 years ago, correct? And you haven't seen a copy of that report that you wanted to see until this afternoon. Is that right?
That's right. I never had my money taken by cops. I didn't know how this goes. I don't know about reports. All I know is live on Fox 19 News, the lady admits that her department is short $400 of my money. That's all I know. I don't know how to investigate police officers taking money.
That's all you know, and that's all you know today, isn't it? That's the whole basis of your claim that your money was stolen, is that the amount of money that was in the bags is different from the amount of money that was written on the bag.
Yeah, my whole thing is they never should have raided me in the first place.
That's your whole thing.
That's my whole thing.
That's the point,
That's my whole
isn't
thing. If they never would have showed up, there would be no songs about them. I wouldn't know who they are. Their faces would not be on my video cameras. None of this, we wouldn't be in this room right now if they hadn't raided my house and didn't press no charges, didn't even know what they was doing. This whole thing is their fault, and they're suing me for their mistake.
And so you don't really care if they stole your money or not. You're just mad
I
about
do
what
care
they
about
did.
if they stole them.
But
Police officers shouldn't be stealing the civilians' money. So I do care. All of it is an outrage. But this whole thing is an outrage.
You have no evidence that they took your money except for the amount on the bag isn't the same as the
How
amount.
about the lady admitting that she took?
Did you answer my?
She admitted that she took my money on live Fox 19 News. Go argue with the film clip.
Nobody-
Go argue with her admitting that she took my money.
Nobody admitted that they took your money.
Well, whatever. Go look at her admitting that the bag is short
Mr.
because it
Foreman.
stayed open all weekend long or 2 weeks after Brian and Officer Cooley just left it and just mishandled it and didn't do it right.
Just so we're honest with the jury here, Mr. Foreman, nobody admitted that they took your money, did they?
They admitted it was short.
Yes. Nobody
So it looked like
admitted
somebody
that they took your money, correct?
It was short. She admitted. She said that it was short. And usually it's 10, 5, $2 missing. How does $400 even come up missing? Odd.
You posted videos about Brian Newland doing hard drugs and snitching on his friend, and you posted those based on rumors, didn't you? We can look at your deposition, but before you argue with me, but isn't that a fact that you made those allegations based on rumors you said you heard?
It's a fact. William Newland is a convicted pedophile, and Brian Newland is his brother. After I zeroed in on Brian, I asked about him. Come to find out, he's a large statutory rapist that has sex with all kind of underage girls. He buys them beers and gets them drunk and all kind. That's probably the reason he had to leave the Adams County Sheriff Department, because he beats up his wife and he messed with underage girls, and he had to get out of town and go get a job in Northwood.
All right. You don't want to answer my question.
I do. Please ask another one.
Well, let me ask this one again so I can get an answer. You remember in your deposition when I asked you, you have no reason to think these rumors about Brian Newland are true, do you? And you said, well, it's more entertaining if it's true, and I can make some money. Remember that?
He should have shouldn't even answer that question. I plead the fifth on anything you asking me about music. My music is freedom of speech. Like you can't ask me shit about that. Stick to the shit you want. Like
Exactly.
you know what I'm saying? Like don't try to attach my music. Yeah, the songs I made about certain people, it's just me expressing my freedom of speech after they did me dirty. What up, brother? Nasir?
See
What's
the
happening,
First
TP?
Amendment. See the First Amendment.
Salute, family. This is hilarious, brother. I love the way he handled them, brother.
Yeah. This shit is
I love the
very
way he handled
entertaining.
them.
He always been a sharp cat.
Yeah. He's a sharp cat, man. He's brilliant, man. How he do things. Even his handling them in his court. You know, he said a lot, but he did it for the sake of entertainment. That's why he's answering the questions like this, because he's doing it for the sake of entertainment. He knows his rights. Evidently, the so-called police officers don't know his rights or their rights.
Right. Marketing strategy is genius.
He's a genius, man. He's up here. He wearing the American flag, signifying that of the Bill of Rights. You know what I'm saying? Letting everybody, reminding the people that we have rights. This is America. He's reminding the people at the same time. He's brilliant.
However long that deposition was, you can read the deposition and it tells you what I said.
Do you have a copy, another copy of that? Because I'll show it to you. I can show you my copy. Refresh your recollection.
You're gonna refresh his recollection.
It's Thank you, Judge. If I can get it working here.
Your Honor, I object to using the screen to refresh his recollection, not publishing it to the jury. If he wants to refresh his recollection, he can show him it and then ask him a question, much how we would do in criminal law with the police report. If an officer didn't remember, we wouldn't show the report, we would show it to the officer. He would refresh his memory by reading it, and then we'd re-ask the question.
Do it that way. Just make sure you think he reads it right. I'm just trying to get through the verbiage. Just make sure you think he reads it right. Otherwise, I have to wrestle with you about whether he read it right.
Sure.
So just read it. And then if we want to move it as an exhibit, you can do that.
Remember your deposition being taken, Mr. Foreman, in your attorney's office on September 3rd, 2024.
I remember the deposition.
And that deposition was taken in DJ Osborne's office?
Yes, sir.
That's the same office that you used to film that video that we saw last night with the actor playing Lieutenant Lisa Phillips. And that actor was sitting in the same chair that Lisa Phillips sat in during her deposition, wasn't she?
Yeah, the actor played Lisa, because I wouldn't have known her if she hadn't came to my house and cut off my camera.
Yeah, right. That's the office I'm talking about, and that's the office where I took your deposition, right?
Yes.
So in that deposition, I'm referring to page 80.
Oh man,
deposition.
It's right there. If they never cut the cameras off and came to my house, cut the cameras off. Shit.
He's using his deposition to refresh his memory. He's doing it right. So sit down, please. Go ahead.
Did I ask you this question, and did you give me these answers, Mr. Foreman? Question. Would it be fair to say these are rumors? Answer. You know, Stephanie said it, and, you know, some other people that don't remember, you know, I'd be in a hurry in Walmart or something. They shake my hand. Yeah, Brian used to do this, used to do that. Then something, I didn't know him, but this is what I've heard. Question. You don't have any particular reason to think that it's true or not true, right?
So it's all hearsay.
Answer.
Look out of here.
Well, it's more entertaining.
He don't have to answer the question. He can talk when he want. He can stop talking when he want. It's called the Fifth Amendment.
Starting with line 7 and ending with line 21. Did I ask you those questions and you give me those answers?
I don't remember. That was a long time ago. But
that's my question.
I've always put Brian Newland next to his brother. So that's my basis, and I've always
we noticed that.
Yeah,
your attorney's going to be able to ask you whatever questions he wants. Right now, I'd like you to focus on my questions, Mr. Foreman. You have no evidence that Brian Newland ever molested little boys, do you?
If you look at the picture, he's holding the little boy butt. It's too much for me. So you just use your eyeballs.
That's your evidence for posting that pedophile stuff.
I'm trying to figure out what kind of guy is kicking on my door. What kind of guy is walking around my house reading my bank statement? It's a dude that's possibly a pedophile. Got a pedophile brother, deputized by the sheriff, walking around, possibly stealing my money. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on as I zoom in with my camera. That's not the type of guy.
Who's staring at my lemon pound cake? I don't know what kind of guy doing that.
To your deposition, if you don't trust my reading of it, I'm happy to give it to you, Mr. Foreman. But
Oh, man.
8 of your deposition on that same day,
Ate the man's
beginning at
pound.
9/11. Did I ask you this question, and did you give me this answer? And again, the
I
only
know it's
evidence-
fat ass
you
ate his
don't have
pound
any
cake
evidence
too.
that
I bet
Brian
he did.
Newland is a pedophile.
Yo, he
who plays
clowning
with
me,
little
bro.
boys. Answer: no, sir.
Clowning
Did I ask you that question? Did you give me that answer?
I don't remember.
Beginning with line 11.
I don't
ending
remember.
with line 14 on page 98.
And just plead the fifth.
You have no evidence.
I was
that
drunk
Lisa
and I was
Phillips stole
high.
your
I
money.
forgot I had money in my
I
pocket.
know if she hadn't raided my house, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
I
No,
plead
no,
the
I lost
fifth.
nothing. They never should have been at my house.
Since you're not going to answer my question, I'm going to go back to your deposition again, Mr.
That's all he got to
Foreman.
say. I don't know. I don't remember.
If I may, can I just add a continuing objection so I don't have to object?
Brilliant, brother. This is brilliant.
Deposition. So I would enter a notation of objection at this point. He is now testifying to witness. He is no longer refreshing his recollection.
I'll be sensitive to that, so you can rephrase the statement. You made the conclusion, you didn't remember it. So you can fix that.
All right, Judge, I will. Thank you. Do you remember telling me in your deposition, Mr. Foreman, that you don't have any evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money?
Yeah, I she cut off the cameras, but I didn't know who took them. I didn't know who took them. So, all the officers was a suspect at first, because I didn't know where. After the deposition, I realized that Brian Newland was in charge of the money, and I knew where the fuck was everything. But at first, all the cops was a suspect, especially after they cut off my cameras, and I couldn't see what they were doing.
All right. Well, so you don't remember? Is that what you're telling me?
I remember telling you that Lisa, probably didn't take my money, but I just didn't know. I just knew it was missing. And they cut off my cameras, so all of them were suspects.
So
until I figured it out.
Until you figured it out.
Until everybody figured it out. Until it was solved of where the missing money was.
All right. So just to clear this up and move on.
Sorry for the
you
background
admit
noise,
that
y'all.
You don't have any evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money.
No. But I know if she wasn't there in the first place, we wouldn't be having this conversation or be here.
And is it true that one of your big motivation, really,
Lick 'em lowly.
in making all of these posts is to make money?
To pay for the damage that they brought to my house under the circumstance that they shouldn't have even been there in the first place.
So the answer to my question
That's
is
the new
yes,
LL,
the motivation was
old
to make
dude.
money.
It's a new
To pay for
LL.
the damages that they brought to my house under the circumstances that they
Right.
shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Have you made enough yet to make up for it?
Not really. You know.
How much have you made on it?
I don't know exactly, but it wasn't hardly $24,000.
$24,000.
It wasn't that. It wasn't.
You're still making money on today, right? With the new posts and advertisements and things.
That's
again?
publicity.
You're still selling merchandise, aren't you?
No, publicity. Just me. Just everybody. Thanks to them bringing publicity to this. It's just an opportunity to run numbers up and be an entertainer.
And the more lies, outrageous lies you tell about them, the more money you can make, right?
Fact. They never should have came to my house in the first place. Fact. If they hadn't came to my house, they wouldn't have put themselves on the video camera and in my music career. All of this is their fact.
Hey, yo,
All of
old
this is their
dude.
fault. And they have.
Yo.
Saturday Night Live and Comedy Central do this every week and on a daily basis. Do parodies about people.
Right.
They do this on a daily basis, man. You know what I'm saying? They be clowning all the politicians, entertainers on the daily every week. And on Comedy Central, they be clowning. So I don't know what these cops thought they was going to accomplish. And not only that, the shit died out. Now it's like, it's they just made it flower again, bro.
Yeah, they got this shit. It was starting to simmer out. Now this shit back to a roiling boil and shit.
Exactly. Now, like you say, there's a chance for me to be entertaining. Now you running the numbers back up.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. And please put the camera on them. You know what I'm saying? So we can see the damn look on their faces. I need, because right now he don't have to hire a cameraman for his next video. He could just take footage and just edit that shit, bro.
Right. It's all public information.
Exactly. It's public information after, it's, during and after the litigations is over.
You got to unmute
Brilliant,
yourself,
bro.
man.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's he's like, oh yeah, let's do this. Fuck it, you want to run it? Let's run it. Y'all want to sue me for some shit y'all did, and I respond.
I would take all this footage and it would be my next video.
Oh,
when they over there crying and everything, the verdict and everything. I would call that shit the verdict.
Oh man. Probably in the woodworks. Knowing him.
Yeah, Afroman. When this first happened, myself and Key Norfolk interviewed him about this situation when it first happened.
Yeah.
Good dude. Good dude.
This happened at least this happened like what, 4 or 5 years ago or something?
About 2-3 years ago. About 3 years ago.
Okay, yeah. Boy.
Have the audacity to sue me. These people and you are the predators and the victim at the same time.
So what they did, searching your house, gave you the right to do everything you
Under the circumstance that I got freedom of speech, after they run around my house,
there you go,
kick down my door, I got the right to kick in my backyard, use my freedom of speech, turn my bad times into a good time. Yes, I do. And I think I'm a sport for doing so, because I don't go to their house, kick down their doors, flip them off on their surveillance cameras, then
eat their pound cake.
Sue them.
That's right. Don't forget the cake, brother.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
In your lawyer's office.
Yes, sir.
Same office where you filmed part of that video last Friday.
Yes, sir.
And you saw how upset she was when she was answering your lawyer's questions about how.
Look her feelings.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You saw your
attorney, for real, bro. Eat the cake, anime.
Yes.
And you saw her say, "No, let's go on and get this over with."
Yes, sir.
You saw all that.
Yes.
You knew she was upset.
Just like she knew I was upset when she was standing in front of my kids with an AR-15 with her hand around the trigger ready to shoot me. Just like she knew I was upset when she cut my cameras. But I'm not a person, she is. So I'm sorry for being a victim. Let's talk about the predators.
Okay. So you saw all that. You saw how upset she was. You heard the testimony about her children. You heard the testimony at the depositions about Randy Newland's daughter who came home upset. You heard all that. But you're still posting stuff about it.
Because I understand it was Randy's fault and all of their fault for coming to my house in the first place. So if they hadn't came to my house, their children wouldn't be saying nothing. None of this would be going home if they did their research and did things right. So all of this is their fault. And now they want to sue me for their mistake.
Is there anything that could change your mind about what you're doing to these deputies?
Is there anything that can change my mind about the fact that they shouldn't have been in my house in the first place? Is there anything that can change my mind about how my money shouldn't have been touched in the first place? No.
Do not relent, brother. Hell no.
You're welcome.
Hell no. Was that his way of saying, please stop?
I'm sorry. You want to continue the direct examination of your
claim?
You know what I would do, brother? I would tell them I would stop if all of them can figure out how to say uncle in perfect harmony. Say uncle. I want altos, sopranos, motherfucking baritones, and tenors to say uncle in perfect harmony. You can do that, I'll stop.
I want you to admit to eating my cake. I want you.
Damn right. I want you to admit to all that shit. If he would say he wanted a slice of that cake, I'll stop. But he's fronting like he didn't want no cake.
Let's see if I click this unmute. I can't unmute your guest because they chose to mute themselves. What you talking about, Nanya? You got to unmute yourself.
What? I didn't know I was.
The brother has a still shot of the cop. Looked like he was holstering his gun when he seen the pound cake.
eyeballing that motherfucker, boy. He's
He was eyeballing the cake, brother. What they call it in jail, brother. You was reckless eyeballing the pound cake. It was reckless eyeballing, brother.
They obviously didn't do their research on who they was fucking with. You didn't run up in this man's house. They thought, like, who gave you this tip? What is this shit all like? What was the initial raid over? Why they run up in his house?
They said something about drugs and kidnapping. But you know what, bro? It was bullshit. They thought they was going to go in. There was a fictitious warrant in the first place, and that's why all the charges got dropped. And that's why he claimed it. Yeah,
you know
exactly.
How we getting them targets and shit. We can get some money in this house, type of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. They target an entertainer. They target an entertainer, brother, a black entertainer. They target. You know what I'm saying? And they thought they could get cash in their house. Exactly. They thought they were gonna get some quick cash, and he was just gonna, charge it to the gang. Hell no, he didn't. He didn't charge it to the gang.
It ain't like you running up in some dope dealer house where you could take their money and they can't really report it. You know what I'm talking about? You talking about a legitimate businessman that handles business. You can't just take his cash and he ain't gonna say shit about it.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't only say something; he clowned your ass for a whole album.
Oh God, this is some funny shit. This is diabolical.
I mean, bro, look, bro. I would have showed up, bro, because this right here is a circus, and they the clowns, man.
Hell yeah, they the clown. Boy, that.
He made us. I mean, bro. All the way through, he made a fool out of them, bro. Well, they made a fool out of themselves. He just further clowned them.
Yeah, they just gave him the ammunition.
Yep.
And he loaded that motherfucker up and got the fire.
I love it, bro. I love it.
It's fantastic, fantastic. I don't think that attorney was happy with that.
With those, I don't think he was happy with those answers because, in his sentiment, the saddest thing to see is a white woman crying. But the brother don't give a damn. He shouldn't. That's your shit. The saddest thing to see how you feel about. Whoa, I have children too. You know what I'm saying? I have children too. I don't give a damn about her crying.
Right.
And what was your motive? It's only one motive you can have for turning off somebody's surveillance camera.
Wait a minute. She was the one who was lick 'em up Lisa.
Yeah, but she turned his camera off. She's the one who turned his camera off.
But somebody cares about her crying when she's obviously, masculine.
She want to own.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You can't conveniently become a woman. Choose your damn side.
Fuck no.
Be a woman all the time.
And you got footage of yourself out there doing obscene shit on camera. So
studly duties.
Doing studly duties.
Yeah.
Literally chomping at the bed.
Legs in the air like TV antennas.
Degenerate motherfuckers.
She died.
Degeneracy, Exhibit A, Your Honor.
And he didn't spare any remorse.
I mean, I wouldn't either because they don't do it when they,
right.
When they, they don't do it. They don't give us no remorse. They have no remorse, and they'll go and they'll lie. They'll lie in court, knowing, they did something nefarious, and they get off. They thought this was gonna be one of those, but it wasn't.
Yeah, like Straight Smoke was saying last night, they do the most hideous, heinous crimes, and they get away.
As law enforcement,
we do it. Yeah, but
as law enforcement,
Law enforcement, politicians, all the way up the line.
All the way up the line from the executive branch all the way to the one they hired today, bro.
Who,
Crooked.
Erica?
I don't trust none of them. I don't trust none of them.
What's the standard procedure of swatting somebody's house? Is a standard procedure to cut their video fee? I don't think so.
No, it's not.
No,
it's not because if you are doing things according to, departmental policy and the law, you will want that footage.
Exactly. Just like
you'll want that footage.
You want the body cam footage, all that shit.
But if you turn somebody's surveillance camera off, there's only one thing you're trying to do: cover something else.
Malicious intent.
They probably wasn't wearing body cams either.
Probably wasn't.
If they was turned off. Because he would have, you could request that shit. His attorney definitely would have grabbed it.
But your FOIA request to get all that.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Brother, I'll be right back, brother. I got to make a phone call real quick. Salute to you, brother and sister. I'll be right back.
Sure.
I did not know he was the Because I Got High man.
Yeah, that's Afroman.
I don't know why I always thought that was Humpty.
No. Because I got high.
Mm-hmm. I for sure thought that was Humpty.
Is that the same song? That nigga talking crazy. Boy, that boy have some crazy ass lyrics.
Mm-hmm. Well, so he only did the 2 songs, Pound Cake and Lick 'em Up Lisa?
No, it's a few of them. It's about an album's worth of that shit.
Oh my.
Right.
But why should it bother them? Do they listen to this music?
If they was hip to that man, they probably wouldn't have did what they done. Because they would have known we giving this man content and he finna run with this shit. Like I said, they thought they got a little quick lick off real. They thought they could just run up at this nigga's house, take any kind of loose cash, and that'll be that. Like it's illegal cash or something. You run up in there's plenty of law enforcement out here, especially in the SWAT department, that be running up in people in like drug dealers' houses and shit. They don't turn in all that damn money and shit, man.
No, they was sitting up there smoking most of the dope.
You run up in a house and that motherfucker got $500,000 in it. They turn. You lucky if they turn in half of that shit.
Mm-hmm. Oakland police is known for that.
Shit, it ain't just them. That shit nationwide. That's a quick come up.
They keep the money, the dope, the food stamps, whatever.
I'm gonna get back into some more of the mayo world.
Ew, hold the mayo, please.
Something massive just happened inside the national security world. Joe Kent, Green Beret with 11 combat deployments, a man who spent most of his adult life fighting American wars, just resigned from his position inside the national counterterrorism apparatus. And the reason he gave should really make every American stop and think, because Kent didn't just quietly.
So, anti-terrorism. Okay. I'm listening.
Stepped down. He resigned in protest. And his words were simple: I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Now, if you stop and think about that for a second, that statement isn't coming from some anti-war activist waving a sign on a college campus. It's coming from a man who spent years of his life fighting terrorists on the battlefield. A man who understands the cost of war better than almost anyone watching this video. And that is exactly why this moment matters. Because when someone like him speaks up, people should probably listen. But before we get in all that and all the backlash that followed the smear campaigns, you need to understand exactly who Joe Kent is. Because this isn't just some other another political disagreement. This is a fracture inside the national security establishment itself.
Oh,
Joe Kent served in the Rangers, went on to be SF, Green Beret, 11 combat deployments. If you let that sink in, man, 11. Most people serve never deploy once. 2 deployments is considered significant. 3 or 4 deployments means you've seen serious combat. 11 deployments mean you've spent a massive portion of your adult life in war zones. Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan. The kind of environments where every patrol outside the wire could be your last. Where every road might hide an IED. Where every door you kick open might be the one you don't walk back out of. But Kent didn't just serve on the battlefield. After leaving the Army, he moved to another side of the war. He later joined the CIA as a paramilitary officer, working inside the agency counterterrorism mission. That means he operated in the world's most...
CIA? Is that what he said? Is that what he said? Hold on.
Of the war. He later joined the CIA as a paramilitary officer, working inside the agency. He moved to another side of the war. He later joined the CIA as a paramilitary officer, working inside the agency counterterrorism mission. That means he operated in the world's a world that most Americans would never see, the intelligence side of conflict, the shadow side of national security, the part where operations happen quietly, where decisions are made behind closed doors, and where the public rarely hears even what's going on. So when someone with that background walks away from the system and says something about the direction we're heading doesn't sit right with him, it should get your attention. Because this isn't a man speaking from outside looking in. This is someone who spent years inside the system, on the battlefield, inside the intelligence community, and ultimately the inside of the national security apparatus. And that's what makes his resignation so significant, because Ken didn't just step down. He raised a very serious concern. He wrote that Iran posed no imminent threat to the United States. That statement directly challenges the narrative that has been pushed in Washington over the past several weeks. The narrative used to justify escalation, military action. Countless soldiers are now dead because of it. And then the possibility of a broader conflict equaling more dead Americans. He also suggested something even more controversial. He indicated that outside pressure may have played a role in pushing the U.S. into war. That's something I've been saying, a lot of us have been saying, and it's a serious claim. And when that kind of claim comes from someone who was inside the system, it's time to pay attention. Because this isn't speculation from the internet. This is coming from someone who had access to intelligence, someone who was part of the environment where those decisions were being discussed. And when someone like that walks away and says something isn't right, that's a big one. Now, instead of the calm discussion of those questions, the political reaction was immediate. In some cases, fairly ugly, in my opinion. President Trump responded publicly. He called Kent weak. Now think about that for a moment. A man who has 11 combat deployments, Green Beret, CI paramilitary officer, being called weak. Pretty strange moment in American politics. Okay, let me play the clip.
But I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security. I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out, because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat.
What? There was an ad running. Did I pause? Did you say, did I pause it? No. Can you hear it?
Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it. And many people, many of the greatest military scholars are saying for years that presidents should have taken out Iran because they wanted a nuclear weapon. They were, if we didn't do the attack, or if I'll go a step further, if I didn't terminate the Iran nuclear deal given to us, one of the worst deals ever made by Barack Hussein Obama. Remember when they sent Boeing 757s over there, loaded with cash, hundreds of millions of dollars? You would have been very happy. This was a wonderful, they said hundreds of millions. People forget that. Does anybody remember? Right? You remember hundreds of millions of dollars in a Boeing 757. I think there are two of them loaded. They took the seats out and they put cash. And it was so much that there wasn't a bank in Virginia, Maryland, or DC that had any money left. They stripped them of all their money, put it into place, sent it to Iran, almost as ransom. That's not going to happen with Trump. And nobody ever did anything about it. Nobody ever said anything. Can you imagine if I did that? So they've been a threat for a long time, but they've really been a threat. If I didn't terminate Obama's horrible deal that he made, the Iran nuclear deal, you would have had a nuclear war 4 years ago. You would have had nuclear holocaust, and you would have had it again if we didn't bomb the site. So when somebody is working with us that says they didn't think Iran was a threat, we don't want those people, because, and there are some people, I guess I would say that, but they're not smart people or they're not savvy people. Iran was a tremendous threat. And virtually every NATO nation, and this is the thing, if they told me it wasn't a threat, and therefore they don't want to help, but when they say it was a threat, and it was a major...
Dude, we saying some of the stupidest shit I've heard in a minute. What happened? What's wrong with this motherfucker?
He's 80. Every one of them, I think every one of them. I don't know if one that said they're not a threat.
Fucking nanobots eating his ass up.
Threat. But when they say it was a threat, but we're not going to help.
How disgusting to call Joe Kent weak, coming from Bone Spurs himself, who avoided the draft multiple times. Disgusting to me. If you didn't jump ship before today, today should be your day to call a man weak. Now, I didn't stop there. Closeted Mike Johnson, just like most of them are closeted men. They act so feminine, they're closeted. That's why I can't even take this party seriously anymore. Republican Party, the GOP, is full of closeted men. He goes on, he weighs in as well, defending the administration position and dismissing Kent's concerns, which creates a very unusual contrast, doesn't it? Let's play the clip.
Understood there was clearly an imminent threat, that Iran was very close to the enrichment of nuclear capability, and they were building missiles at a pace that no one in the region could keep up with. They were far outpacing our allies and friends and us in our defense capability, because we had personnel, installations, members of the armed services, and civilians in the region. Iran was building up ballistic missiles at such a rapid pace, and we knew that their plan was to fire them upon Americans. The commander-in-chief and his administration had a very difficult decision to make. I don't know where Joe Kent is getting his information, but he wasn't in those briefings, clearly, because the Secretary of State, the Secretary of War...
Well, if that's the case, why did you not have the counterterrorism guy in the room? You're going to hear another clip in a minute, because all the MAGAs now scaring this man. If you didn't have him in there, someone who probably should be involved in this stuff, right?
And everyone, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Kane, they had exquisite intelligence, and we understood that this was a serious moment for us. Had the president waited, I am personally convinced that we would have mass casualties of Americans, service members and others, and our installations would have been dramatically damaged. And so we had to, the president felt that he had to strike first to prevent those mass casualties. That's the summary.
They've been saying that for 30 years. 30, go look. 30 years have been sent, 2 weeks away from launching nuclear weapons. You ever notice how Mike Johnson is very close friends with Benny Johnson? Yeah. There's pictures of Benny Johnson carrying a purse around. Yeah, no. Anyway,
Oh shit!
very unusual contrast. Because now you have a decorated combat veteran warning about
Well,
the
that's
consequences of
firm
war
gloves in
politicians.
the
Many
MAGA
of
bag,
them have never served. Tell him he's wrong. Not only that, he lost his wife, who was also serving in combat.
Oh damn!
And then if that isn't good enough, if Joe Kent isn't good enough for you, we have Nicholas Irving, the Reaper, Army Ranger, sniper. The definition of base respect. I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. And it's clear that we started this war due to pressure from our chosen ally and powerful American lobby. So maybe he's wrong too. Maybe everybody's wrong.
Maximize your system performance with products delivered fast to keep temps steady.
It's one thing to disagree in politics. It's another thing to smear man. War decisions are complex, and there's always competing viewpoints. But again, what's unusual here is the tone. Instead of debating Kent's argument, they go on a smear campaign. They focus on attacking the man himself. Listen to this.
That his decision was based on the influence of others, even foreign countries, is both insulting and laughable. Now, our own Aisha Hasni reporting that on background to a senior administration official says that Joe Kent was cut out of POTUS intelligence briefings months ago due to allegations of suspected leaks. And
so now, why are we just hearing about this now? Why are we just hearing about? If the man couldn't be trusted, why did you have him there? Make it make sense. It doesn't make sense. It's called a smear campaign.
That he has not been a part of any Iran planning discussions or briefings at all, which sort of posed the disconnect addressed earlier this morning by the administration, saying that he wasn't privy to the classified information that indeed underscores and proves.
So we don't have the head counterterrorism guy involved in that.
Provides the evidence that Iran was nuclear empowered or about to be. And final quick point that I've referenced Joe Kent's testimony on the Hill many times in 2025 of the 18,000 known terrorists that came through the southern border under the Biden administration's watch in the prior 4 years.
We are still
the 18,000. You keeping the man who's the counterterrorism guy out of that. We're admitting there's 18,000. Trump said it last week in our interview outside Air Force One. We were busy picking up landscapers, construction workers, and guys hanging around Home Depot. But we let the terrorists go, and we're telling now that the guy that was running the counter-terrorist operation, he was leaking stuff. He got left out of briefings. He wasn't even involved. To me, let's say that is true. Let's say it is true. Let's say Joe Kent was leaking, and they kicked him out. That means you kept someone on the job that could not be trusted. Okay, so horrible work for that administration. Secondly, now smear campaign, and I'm quite certain it's smear campaign because anytime a question's asked, that it's not like they get attacks, personal attacks drawn at them. Okay, questioning his loyalty to this country, questioning his motives. Right? If you've watched American politics long enough, you've seen this pattern before, because when someone inside the system breaks ranks, the first reaction is often to discredit them, not debate them. That's why this story is now getting a lot more attention. A lot of Americans are watching this story unfold and asking a lot of questions, very simple ones. Why would a man with Joe Kent's background resign over this? What did he see? What did he learn? What did he know? What does he believe is coming next? Those are questions worth asking, because history has shown us something important. Governments are not infallible. Intelligence assessments can be wrong, have been wrong, and also purposely wrong, like weapons of mass destruction. Political pressure, outside influence, lobbyists, our chosen ally, AIPAC, all of them influence decisions. And the ones who raise concerns are usually the ones that turn out to be right. Remember us in 2020 raising the concern? We got talk crazy conspiracy here, but it turned out we were right. Again, think back to the early 2000s. We were told Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. The public was told the threat was imminent. Imminent. I was in the military then. I remember. Maybe you may not. The case for war was presented with certainty. And we all know how that story ended. Years of conflict, thousands of American lives, hundreds of thousands of casualties overall, trillions of dollars spent. And after all that, many of the same people who pushed for the war just simply moved on with their life rich. They didn't lose friends. They didn't lose limbs. They didn't lose sons and daughters. No accountability, no consequence, just another chapter in history while they're on their yacht. That's why moments like this matter, because when someone inside the national security apparatus raises these concerns about the direction we're heading, the responsible thing to do is listen. Not immediately to shut it down. But the backlash hasn't just been from the administration. It comes from Laura Loomer, Miss Laura Loomer. That, by the way, is supposedly, per report, she has weekly meetings with Donald Trump. So disrespectful to President Trump, but don't say I didn't warn you about Joe Kent and his wife, who works for Trump hater and radical left Jew hater, Max Blumenthal. Why does the White House allow these people to have wins? I would fire everyone and teach them she goes on, teach them a lesson. She didn't stop there. She was dropping them constantly. Loomer unleashed. Joe Kent resigned. It's important to note that Kent's wife, now going after his wife. You ever wonder who, it says, whoever wonder who made Kent resign. How many hours before Joe Kent is on Tucker Carlson podcast? Let's start a countdown. We all know what's coming. These Coca line operatives are so predictable. Why do you think Tucker's buddy Dan Caldwell was just hired to work for Department of National Intelligence? Yep. Notorious leaker calls him. Tulsi Gabbard's been very quiet. I'm waiting to see where she's going from. Joe Kent, here he is. After much reflection, I decided to resign from my position as director of the National Counterterrorism Center effective today. I cannot in good conscience support ongoing war. Iran poses no threat. And then what's surprisingly is that Tim Pool jumped in. The MAGA coalition is shattered. Trump can say, I am MAGA all he wants. And it may be true, but law support means MAGA is meaningless. I tell you what, and that's surprising for Tim Pool. But what's going to happen is you're going to see the midterms are cooked. Cooked. When I say cooked, if you're holding on to that MAGA belief, it is cooked, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot campaign, get your supporters in and totally flip. Screw your supporters. I'm going to keep everything high and start wars and then get in bed with globalists, billionaires, the chosen ally, AIPAC, and so on. The deep state, Lindsey Graham's, you get in bed with all those people, enrich yourself, $189 billion richer per Forbes since his beginning of the presidency. There's been he didn't take a paycheck. He didn't need to. He made $189 billion so far. In attacking patriots. Whenever you look at this right now, the moment we're living in, politics has become so tribal that many people feel so obligated to defend their side no matter what. It reminds me of the harebrained leftist with the blue hair, septum rings, wearing 3 masks, face shield in 2020 defending Joe Biden.
The enemy's public. I try to get that together.
Cooked. He didn't even know where he was. Right? Even when serious questions are being raised, that's dangerous, guys, because war is not a political game. War is not a talking point. Young Americans being sent into harm's way. War is families losing sons and daughters or their wives, like Joe Kent. War is something that should only happen when it's absolutely necessary. Which brings us to the bigger issue. A lot of Americans are starting to feel like we've seen this movie before. Same rhetoric, same warnings. It's the same escalation for 2000s. It's the same thing. It's same thing said. Okay. And being told now, being called a Democrat, or they're throwing patriotic because you're asking. I'm just not in a freaking cult. I don't worship a man. I'm for America. It's sheep mentality, herd mentality. Hey, the other red caps are walking off the cliff. Let me go too. Asking questions about war is not unpatriotic. It's actually one of the most patriotic things you can do. Because the people who ultimately pay the price for these decisions are not the politicians. They're the soldiers, the Marines, the airmen, the sailors, the families waiting at home. That is the realities of war. There's so many children that they'll never see their father or mother again. And died for AIPAC money. To the lobbyists, politicians, the bureaucrats. That's why someone like Joe Kent matters, because he understands that reality. He's lived it. When someone that level of experience says something ain't right, history shows you should probably listen to it. And there's a growing divide in the political class. I'm telling you, midterms come, House and Senate's gone, impeachment's coming. And that's what happens when you get in bed with the deep state, you get in bed with the globalists and the billionaires and the bureaucrats. That's what happens. You're gonna get impeached. House and Senate lost. It's gonna be a clean freaking sweep. Watch what I tell you. You can't promise American people something and not deliver a damn thing about a damn thing you promised. Moments like this bring it in the spotlight, because the truth is a lot of Americans are tired of endless wars, tired of conflicting narrative, broken promises, watching the cycle repeat itself, right? That's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing a debate about the future of American foreign policy, maybe America itself. Those debates are going to continue. They should continue. The stakes are too high for blind loyalty to any political party anymore. The most important thing at the end of the day right now is to stay informed as Americans, to truth. Stay skeptical. And remember that history has a way of repeating itself when people stop asking questions. I think Joe Kent's resignation is going to end up being just one moment in a larger story, or the beginning of a serious reckoning about how this country approaches war. Time will tell. It's kind of like I said yesterday's video. I said this week is getting strange. Someone commented, said it was only Monday. I didn't think about that. Now it's Tuesday and it's even stranger. Welcome to the fall of the empire. This is Black Scout Survival. We're going to stay frosty, stay strapped, stay dangerous, because nobody's coming to save you. Black Scout out.
All right, I got enough time to play this Tucker Carlson and Joe Kent interview and shit. Hold on.
We want to start tonight with a clip from January of 2024. This is from this show, and this is Joe Kent, who later went on to become, until yesterday, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. Here it is.
What do you think the immediate and then longer term effects of a war with Iran would be on the United States?
Immediately, it would be very bloody. I have no doubt that we could probably defeat some of their air defense and go in there and have another shock and awe campaign. But again, like we saw how the shock and awe campaign in Iraq really didn't actually work in the long run. So I have no doubt that we'd have some immediate results that people would cheer about here in the United States. But Iran, Persia, has always been an empire. It's been around longer than any of the other players in the modern Middle East right now, and they are not going anywhere. If we get deeply involved and deeply entangled with Iran, we are playing right into China's hands, because China would like nothing more than for us to be committing our military industrial base to a war in Eastern Europe, in Ukraine, and then to be committing our conventional military power, our blood and our treasure, back in the Middle East. That will make the Pacific, our actual border, extremely vulnerable to Chinese aggression. Or China will simply just watch us bleed out economically as we bleed out on the battlefield on these couple different theaters. It's absolute insanity. It's opening up Pandora's box. And again, for what gain to the American people.
Never, ever sue the driver who crashed into you after a car accident.
Damn,
There's a better way to get
already
compensated
with
that's
the bullshit?
faster.
Man, cut that
So
shit out.
the very first thing you notice about that clip, which was shot almost exactly a year before the current president was inaugurated, is that it was right. It was prescient. He called it. He called the general outline. Not that it was hard to call, but Joe Kent knows what he's talking about. He spent a lot of his life in that region. And he said, a year before this current presidency began, this is a big, serious country. It's the oldest civilization in the region. And if we went to war with Iran, there would be a momentary sugar high. Americans would support it because they support their own country and they certainly support their military.
Yeah, we got to remember that. What, he in his 30s? So most of his adulthood, he was in the military, Army Rangers. No, I don't know if he was a Ranger or not, but he was an Army. Did like 11 deployments. Then after the Army, he went to the CIA. Now you can connect all these dots and shit.
And people would approve of it. But very quickly, you could see a process by which we got.
And then he became, his wife got, I don't know if she got KIA'd or something, but, and then he becomes the head of the counterterrorism, and now he resigns. Now that we're at war with Iran and shit. All this shit is real fishy. It's just screaming false flags.
Caught there, trapped there, bear trap. Hard to extricate yourself from that. And sitting on the sidelines would be our chief global competitor, China, who would be silently nodding along with a slowly spreading grin, knowing that they were the main beneficiary of what they were seeing, of our waste of American lives and treasure, as Joe Kent said. So we haven't reached that stage, thankfully. We're moving toward it, and everyone who's watching carefully knows that. And if you're honest, you know that. So this is a very serious moment we're in, and we're watching not just a war in Iran, but potentially a total realignment of the world and the loss, in some sense, of what the United States has globally. This could be the beginning of the end of our influence in a lot of the world, and that's just the beginning. So again, that's a big deal. It's starting to dawn on people, and that leaves Joe Kent as one of the relatively few people connected to this administration who said it in.
Don't forget you got U.S. allies in the Middle East region agreeing with Iran to purchase oil in the Chinese yen. Ooh-wee.
In public. Is that good or bad? Well, it may seem good. Of course, you want to be around people who have clarity about what's going to happen next. But in practical terms, it's bad. In fact, it's always bad. Whenever you have somebody who stands up and says, don't do this, here's what could happen, and then you do it anyway, and it turns out that person was right, your first instinct is not to apologize and correct your behavior. Your first instinct is to crush the person who called it correctly. And that's your instinct because, and it's the lowest of all instincts, but it's a human instinct. That's your instinct because his correct prediction is an indictment of you, of course. And it's a way to deflect attacks on you and your own culpability by blaming the guy who told you it was going to happen before you did it. And this is a long-standing fact of human life. And in the last 60 years in this country, it has been the iron law of foreign policy, which is to say, when things go wrong, the only people who get punished are the people who criticize the adventure in the first place. You can imagine General Westmoreland attacking Walter Cronkite of CBS News and everything of Walter Cronkite. In my case, not much. But fundamentally, it was Walter Cronkite sitting very much on the sidelines saying, hey, this war's not going well. And there was General Westmoreland prosecuting the war. But General Westmoreland argued till the end of his life, in some ways successfully, that he lost the war because Walter Cronkite criticized the war. Is that really true? How many troops did Walter Cronkite command? Was he in charge of strategy? Don't think so. He was a newsreader in New York. But you can see why Westmoreland did that, why a lot of people believed it, agreed with Westmoreland. You saw the same thing happen in the days after the tragic and incredibly stupid Afghan withdrawal under Joe Biden. That didn't help the United States. Of course, we had to get out of Afghanistan, but the way we did it, who would argue that was a good thing? It was a terrible thing and resulted in the deaths of a lot of Americans. So who was punished for that? As far as we can tell, and we've checked, only one person. And that would be Colonel Stu Scheller of the United States Marine Corps. What was his crime? Planning the withdrawal from Afghanistan? Oh, no. No, Stu Scheller's crime was saying out loud, boy, that didn't work very well, and why'd we do this? And for that, he went to jail. The people who actually did it, who gave the orders, or who carried them out without asking questions about them, which was everybody else, they're fine. You don't even know their names, and they certainly haven't been penalized. So there is a long history, because this is a standing feature of the way people are, that you criticize those who told the truth and who were right, who called it ahead of time. Now, in a functioning society, you get a hold of yourself, and you understand that people are like this, but if you want to be successful as a society, you have to restrain that impulse, because it's low and it's counterproductive. And if you silence people who tell the truth, you end up making the same mistakes again and again and again. And maybe that's why we're here at this pivotal point in our war with Iran. So that's the first thing you notice. Joe Kent was right. Therefore, Joe Kent must be destroyed. And there's, of course, this ongoing effort to do that, to dismiss Joe Kent as a tool of the Islamists or a leaker, or say he's married to someone who works for Hezbollah, or lie after lie after lie. But they're all aimed at Joe Kent, the man, at his motives, at his character, at his personality, at his wife. And that's by design, because none of them touch on his reason for resigning as director of the National Counterterrorism Center. Because if you focused on that, you'd have to answer his questions. You'd have to answer, is this true? Is what Joe Kent, who possessed highest level intelligence clearances, who was really barred from knowing no secret in the US government since he was one of our top intelligence officials until yesterday, seems like a pretty informed guy. Is what he's saying true? That's the last conversation anyone in Washington wants to have, so just attack him. And you're going to see a lot more of that. The people who said this war was a bad idea will be punished. And the more it turns out they were right, which is to say the worse this project goes, the more it becomes obviously counterproductive to American interests, the more vigorously they will be punished, unto and including jail. Stu Scheller went to jail. Probably not the only one who will going forward. So you should just know that and understand what you're seeing in those terms. The second thing that comes immediately to mind when you watch Joe Kent from January of 2024 talk about what would happen if we went to war with Iran is that what he said that day, a year before Donald Trump's inauguration, could have been said by Donald Trump, maybe with a different style. He was making Donald Trump's case. The case that Donald Trump has made for a very long time. Donald Trump, as everybody knows, became the Republican nominee in 2016, 10 years ago, in part because he was the only Republican running for president that year out of a field of nearly 20 people who was willing to say what everyone else knew but was afraid to say, which is the Iraq war didn't help us. It hurt us. It was a dumb idea. And it went on way too long. And it became the quagmire that people like Donald Trump predicted it would be. And the American public, so relieved to hear the truth about something they already knew, made him the Republican nominee despite maybe some concerns. But they did it because, hey, he was right. And he's the only one brave enough to say so. And Donald Trump made varieties of that case for the next 10 years. And in many cases, specifically about Iran. Because Trump has seen, long before most people in Washington, for almost anyone in Washington, the big picture, the outline, which is this is a contest between the United States in the West and China in the East, a rising power that matches or maybe exceeds our economic power globally. And we have to figure out how to apportion power. And we don't want to get sidetracked with engagements like, I don't know, another endless Middle Eastern war, because in the end, the only winner of that conflict is China. Is China, in this specific case. Whoever in the end settles this conflict, whether it's the United States or some other power, whoever comes in at whatever the end of it is and says, enough, this is hurting the world. Each side has made its point, but the global economy has a critical interest in the Persian Gulf. That's energy. And we're going to stop this now. Whoever that person is will become more powerful than ever, and everyone else will become less powerful. The person who settles disputes is in charge. Not the person who starts them, not the person who wins them, the person who stops them. When dad comes home and stops the fighting between brother and sister, who's in charge? Dad, because he stopped the conflict. All of which is to say, if at the end of this conflict, it's China that comes in, China which has a vested interest in what happens in the region since they're a major consumer of Gulf energy, if it's China that comes in and restores the energy flows out of the Persian Gulf and restores some version of peace, gets the fighting to stop, then China is in charge of the Persian Gulf. That's just a fact of nature. And so a lot is at stake, as Joe Kent knew, as Donald Trump knew. And so the question is, how did Donald Trump, after 10 years of saying one thing, do in the pivotal act of his presidency exactly the opposite? That's not just an academic question. It's not the beginning of a conspiracy theory about some shadowy lobby. It's the most important question we face, because this is not the first time the United States has entered into this kind of war against the wishes of its own population and in clear contravention of its own interests, against its interests. This isn't good for us. No one has made the case that it's good for us. And increasingly, as the days pass, it becomes obvious to everyone why it's not good for us. And if you don't believe that, then check the prices of food and fuel and everything you buy, because everything you buy is dependent on the price of energy and the production of fertilizer, both of which are affected almost immediately by the closure of the Straits of Hormuz.
See what scholarships you may qualify for. Visit gcu.edu/myoffer.
So we did this again. It's not exactly clear how or why we did this, but we need to find out. And there is great resistance to finding out. And you've noticed that in the last 36 hours since Joe Kent resigned as director of the National Counterterrorism Center, one of our top intel officials, because the attacks on him have prevented an honest conversation about what he's actually saying. And what he's saying is, and he says it clearly, and we're going to ask him about it directly in just a moment, Israel got us into this war. Its lobby in the United States pressured the president, and its prime minister in Israel told the president, we're going without you. Join us, because if you don't, Your troops in the region, your interests in the region, your citizens in the region will all be at risk. You have no choice. They led the way. That's Joe Kent's position. And rather than push back against that and say, no, actually, he's wrong, they're telling you to shut up. And why are they doing that? Well, there's only one reason people ever become hysterical and slanderous, start screaming at you rather than answering you. It's because they're lying. And the truth is, this is not the first time you've watched people in charge lie. This has been going on a long time. And lies give way to a whole bunch of bad things. More lies. Once you tell a lie, you bolster it with further lying. Hysteria, the fear of being caught lying. The rage and slander. If the person catches me lying, he wins in the zero-sum game of lying. I die. You go on the attack to cover your lies. And bad judgment. You can't make wise decisions on the basis of lies because they're not true. They're not based in reality. That didn't actually happen. Or in this case, it did happen, but you're pretending it didn't. So a country based on lies, like a family based on lies, like an individual life based on lies, cannot succeed. In fact, it's hellish. As all of us have experienced in our lying. And so the only way out of this is to stop lying, is to tell the truth now, probably 63 years after we should have started telling the truth, but it's never too late to tell the truth now about everything, because it's never as painful as you think it will be. It's actually an act of liberation. In fact, it's the only real act of liberation. Telling the truth sets you free because the truth itself sets you free. That is always and everywhere a fact. And the longer you delay doing that, the more horrible the consequences of your lies. So let's hope that tonight, with this conversation with Joe Kent, is the beginning of the long overdue truth-telling, which is the only thing that will save this country. And one final note about Joe Kent, who I spent the last 24 hours with. Joe Kent's resume hardly needs explanation because everyone is aware this is a man who deployed on 11 combat missions to the global war on terror. This is sort of the perfect representation of the GWAT generation. This is one of those guys we often celebrate, but too rarely hear from, who we sent out to fight the so-called war on terror that began on 9/11. And it's an entire generation of men who look and sound, for the most part, very much like Joe Kent. So the implication, of course, he doesn't care about security or he's soft on Iran. Joe Kent spent, well, the majority of his 20s and 30s fighting Iranian proxies, watching his friends get killed by them. So this is someone who's actually earned the right to speak about Iran and the war on terror. And of course, he was the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. So he's thought a lot about terrorism in this country and the blowback from events like this. And we're going to ask him about that as well. But the other thing to notice about Joe Kent, and it may be his defining factor, is that he doesn't slander anyone. His resignation letter was not an attack on Donald Trump. It wasn't a promise to write a tell-all memoir about what he saw on the inside or to aggrandize himself or to get a job on a TV show or sell something. I asked him at dinner last night, what are your plans? None. He did this purely because he believes, as he'll explain in a second, this is the only way to save the United States from certain disaster. Tell the truth. Air the secrets. Be honest for once in decades about what is actually happening. Things that everybody who lives here suspects are happening. In some cases, we're probably wrong. We've come to wrong conclusions. That's okay. Tell us what actually happened. Tell us why you did this. And let's reorient this country where it should be, which is around its own citizens. Make the decisions that you make based on one criterion. Is this good for my people or not? In the way that a father would lead his family or an officer would lead his troops. It's not complicated. Everybody wants that. That's not a partisan question. That's a human question. And that's the question Joe Kent is posing. Why can't we do this? Why can't we say this? It's not attacking anybody. Joe Kent himself does not attack anybody. But this is a last-ditch attempt, not simply to save the country from disaster in Iran, but to save the country, period. And as you listen to him speak, ask yourself, is this a man who's working for Hezbollah or is an egomaniac or a leaker? Or is this a man who says very little when he has nothing to say, who speaks straightforwardly and with honesty, self-evident honesty? Is this a man of dignity and decency? Is this a man that America once had a lot of? Is this a man who was once, in effect, the American archetype, the guy you looked up to, the guy you wanted your son to be? Whether you agree with him or not, maybe you're reaching completely different conclusions. But as you listen to him speak, ask yourself, is this the kind of person who makes me proud to be a fellow American? Because it's really a referendum on us. If we can't see that Joe Kent, whatever you think of his opinions, is the kind of man this country should be producing and should be elevating and should be proud of, if we can't see that, then we've failed the test and we've lost. But judge it yourself. Here's Joe Kent. Joe, thanks a lot for joining us. So I appreciate this. So I want to go through the letter that you sent yesterday as you resigned as director of the National Counterterrorism Center, and basically through the big points and give you a chance to explain them. You've been spoken for quite a bit over the last 24 hours. I think it'd be really helpful to all of us if you would speak for yourself and flesh out some of these points. I'm just going to read the first one. I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. How did you reach that conclusion?
I think this is key. I mean, this would be more challenging to explain had the Secretary of State, the President, and the Speaker of the House not come out and said that we conducted this attack at this time because the Israelis were about to do so.
Why they being super janky? For playing a Tucker Carlson interview, you gonna cut my string because I'm playing a Carlson interview? Man, y'all hella janky. And this is why I got a Rumble backup channel, because I know YouTube be on that bullshit. On straight bullshit. Super janky. Why's you hating on the Tucker Carlson video? I mean, it's on YouTube. Let me get my Rumble. Let me get my Rumble click, my Rumble link real quick, cause just cause you stopping me on YouTube don't mean I won't take my ass to Rumble and do this shit later. Janky ass motherfuckers. Y'all full of shit. If you ain't on Rumble, go and get on Rumble. There's a link in the chat. I'm gonna put a link in the description too, because apparently I can't play a Carlson video on YouTube without getting my shit suspended. Luckily, I ended it fast enough so they put this live back up. Where's the description? All right, here we go. Backup channels in the description of the video. Oh, janky as hell. Why you got a problem with people sharing your shit, Tucker? Huh? I mean, you got 2 million views on this video. You got 5.4 million subscribers. Why you being janky? As if somebody reacting to your interview is fucking up your shit. Full of shit. Because he got into some shit in this interview. He talked about the Charlie Kirk investigation and Cash Patel. What else he talking about? Quite a few things. Yeah, I'm definitely about to divorce YT, man. You know what I'm saying? Go on get on Rumble, dog. You know what's funny? When I'm on Restream and I'm simulcasting between YouTube and Rumble, YouTube don't be fucking with me. Because it's being simulcast with Rumble, and Rumble don't censor you. So YouTube would read real janky. I'm on StreamYard right now, only streaming to YouTube. So they don't like bullshit. Yeah, F Google too. Y'all, it's all connected. Then they get mad. Then YouTube will get mad at you if you don't hear promoting your other channels on other platforms. Like a jealous girlfriend and shit. You can't do that. Don't be saying to people with other platforms. Like this ain't no big ass platform already. Salute, mainstay. Do I know you? Hold on. I like the avatar for sure. Super janky. YouTube, you super janky. Was that you, mainstay? Reporting my video? No, I'm just playing. It was you, wasn't it, none yet? I don't want to hear these Mayo fellas talk. Because I sure will. Let's see, I got about a half hour. I will share this Twitter X tab. Nah, not me. I'm just fucking with you. And do a little X browsing real quick. You gonna pull that down to YouTube? Huh? You gonna pull that down too? Huh? You gonna pull this down too? Red alert. EPA Chief Lee Zeldin confirms stratospheric chemical spraying, sulfur dioxide into the sky, health risks are real. What used to be called conspiracy theory. Conspiracy is just a conspiracy. It's now called official policy. Interesting. What are you saying, sir?
Concerned Americans have urgent and important questions about geoengineering and contrails. The American public deserves and expects honesty and transparency from their government when seeking answers. But for years, people who asked questions in good faith were dismissed, even vilified by the media and their own government. That era is over. The Trump EPA is committed to total transparency. As a result, I tasked my team at EPA to compile a list of everything we know about contrails and geoengineering for the purpose of releasing it to you now publicly. In other words, I want you to know everything I know about these topics and without any exception. Instead of simply dismissing these questions and concerns as baseless conspiracies, we're meeting them head on. We did the legwork, looked at the science, consulted agency experts, and pulled in relevant outside information to put these online resources together. Everything we know about contrails to solar geoengineering will be in there. That means anyone who reads through this information will know as much about these topics as I do as EPA administrator. To anyone who's ever looked up to the streaks in the sky and asked, what the heck is going on? Or seen headlines about private actors and even governments looking to blot out the sun in the name of stopping global warming, we've endeavored to answer all of your questions at the links on your screen. In fact, EPA shares many of the same concerns when it comes to potential threats to human health and the environment, especially from solar geoengineering activities. The enthusiasm for experiments that would pump pollutants into the high atmosphere has set off alarm bells here at the Trump EPA. Prior to now, EPA has never been this proactive.
No, I'm just playing. They did that last time I tried to play a Tucker Carlson video or interview or something. I think it did that. Was it that Fishback? May have been that. It's Tucker Carlson and his whole little thing. I think because he, I guess, monetized and I don't want you playing his content because it hurts his pocket, I suppose, or some bullshit. Something like that.
To raise awareness about concerns with geoengineering and to stop this activity from being scaled up. This is what it looks like when government actually listens to the will of the people and doesn't try to squash it. You can always trust this administration and this EPA to take your concerns seriously, answer your questions honestly, and carry out the will of voters with integrity.
Really? Really? Fuck out of here. That fake ass AI shit. U.S. Marines seen cleaning. What? Man, if y'all don't get y'all ass up off that ground. Reports claim that Iran has unveiled a new weapon dubbed the Dancing Rose, described online as a modern addition to its arsenal, intended for use with both new and older missile systems. I don't know if that's real. Yeah, that's fake. Oh, hell no. Most compelling argument. Nah. Can't blame me for this one. Ooh, let me go to my bookmarks. What we got? Uh-oh. Train derails in Pecos, Texas after crashing into a... Now, did somebody park this truck on there? Or somebody parked that truck on purpose? Huh? I wonder if it's going to be more reports of trucks on train track. That's down foreign. What do you say? That shit sounded Arabic or something. Yalla. 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 Y'all came over here, got the cheap ass CDLs. Now y'all park the trucks on train tracks. Huh? Who's asking for people? Oh shit.
Get the out.
All right. Ooh, what else we got? Holy smokes. Utter madness is breaking out this morning at Atlanta Airport after Chuck Schumer and the Democrats prolong a DHS and TSA shutdown. Oh, they doing that shit. I guess we're going through another government shutdown. Is that what's going on? What's the word on that?
Through the baggage claim area.
What's the word on
Behind the
that?
camera this morning with me. Roger, give them this perspective. It's unbelievable. Thousands and thousands of travelers just trying to get through the main TSA checkpoint. They have wrapped this line through the baggage claim area over here by Delta. And I got us behind the camera this morning with me. Roger, give them this perspective. It's unbelievable. Thousands and thousands of travelers just trying to get through the main TSA checkpoint. They have wrapped this line through the baggage claim area over here by Delta. And I got us behind the camera this morning with
Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. These clots are horrifying. A recent peer-reviewed study reports micro blood clots were found in blood samples from 34 adults who received the Pfizer mRNA Agility jab. Man-made spike proteins found in shots can slowly create long-lasting effects inside the body. A 6-inch gel-like clot pulled out EBO 203 blood oil change. What the fuck?
You had the Pfizer vaccine, right?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Blow that up. Blow that
it
up.
Could be the spike protein hydrogel clots. Yeah.
Sorry.
What is the picture of? You got your camera on.
How do you feel getting that out?
So good.
It's a relief, right?
Oh my God.
All right.
Get them all out.
You know your
to
camera on, don't you?
Canada, it's all worth it. Oh, okay. We're getting a clot out of her outflow vein. Look at that. You said you had the Pfizer vaccine, right?
Yes, I did.
That could be a big protein.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Real time. Look at that shit. Look at that nasty.
How do you feel getting that out?
So good.
It's a relief, right?
Oh my God. Get them all.
How was she smiling and happy? You happy because they pulling that shit out, but it ain't gonna stop doing it until you get that shit out your body. This shit's crazy.
Right.
This shit is crazy.
That's probably just one of many eggs.
Well, it's self-assembling nanotech. So,
I mean, you know what I'm saying.
right.
Maybe.
Yikes. Let's see. Breaking news. Exodus in Israel. Jays flee en masse by ship amid the destruction of Ben Gurion Airport. Unlike the Iranians, who fight and die for their land, the eternal parasites are already looking for another host. Beware of the Andina Plain, Argentina. They coming here. They ain't going to fucking Argentina. You know where these motherfuckers going, right? Why y'all running? Why y'all running? Where y'all going? They'll be here in America with it by next week. What's that city of New York, Lakewood or something? They be just like that. Yep.
Like a bunch of roaches.
No, take your ass to Argentina. Don't bring your ass over here. Matter of fact, that's your promised land. Why you running from your promised land?
Oops.
Uh-oh. There they go. Breaking. Former president of Pennsylvania's Funeral Directors Association says 30 to 40% of bodies now contain massive white fibrous clots. They've been the size of the arteries. You can't ignore this. These are foreign bodies we've never seen before. Run it back.
Because this is the very first time that a United States State Funeral Director Association president or former president has come out to talk about these unusual white fibrous clots that embalmers with 20 or 30 years of experience have never seen in their corpses before until the years of COVID and the COVID vaccines. In my latest worldwide survey, it was about 1 out of every 5 corpses had this phenomenon in them. What are you seeing, Chris?
Hold on. Ain't that what they say Hitler escaped to? Argentina? So why the Nazi Jews want to go to Argentina? They want to meet up with their peoples. The Ashkenazi. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. While fucking this food up, excuse me, I'm hungry and shit, you know what I'm saying?
Tom, I would say it's a little bit higher than that. I've been seeing it in probably 30 to 40% of each and every body that I embalm. And the sizes of the clots that Tom just showed are actually small to what I've been seeing. They've been the size of the arteries that have been coming out. You can't ignore this stuff. You really can't. These are foreign bodies that we have never come across, or at least I have never come across in the 10 years that I've been a funeral director and embalmer.
Don't trip, buddy. There's people been in the field for 30 years saying the same thing. So, you know. Oh shit. Hey, yo, Nunyan, Isness, tell me this ain't real.
Got $6, bro. Yeah,
Bro.
They could pick that shit up.
Now I am.
Let's just say $8.21, $8.29, $8.29 for diesel.
That's probably real in San Francisco.
Out here taking pictures, they don't even believe it. $8, $8.21. You might as well give you a horse.
Bro, what you doing? It go right there.
Bro, got $6, bro. Yeah,
Bro.
They could pick that shit up.
Now I am not paying $9 motherfucking for gasoline. No way.
Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me?
Oh, that's what you gonna do if you want to go somewhere.
Well, I can't lie to you. This gas is getting crazy in Georgia, bro.
Good Lord. Fuck you, Donald Trump. Fuck you, Donald Trump. Fuck you, Benjamin Netanyahu. Fuck you, this shit.
Look at this. Somebody come look at this.
Not gonna play with me, bro, because I'm not gonna play. And I don't got nothing to lose. I don't got no family, nigga. I don't got no kids, nigga. I don't got nothing, nigga.
Slow down. You can slow down.
I think people don't understand the domino effect this shit finna have on food costs, because you got to transport all the goods, and it's gonna cost more than this shit. This shit's poised to kill small businesses. COVID didn't, like the small businesses COVID didn't knock out. This might be the next fatal blow to destroy small businesses. Diabolical. Israeli soldiers have reportedly declared opposition to Benjamin Netanyahu during the clash in Lebanon, saying they no longer want to fight and are calling to stand together against him, demanding peace and stating that war brings them no benefit. Okay. Damn, holy crap. The Houston TSA line is now stretched. That's that shit in Texas. Oh shit. What'd he say?
For Israel. We Jews are God's chosen people, and the Gentiles must learn their purpose in life is to fight and die for Israel. We Jews are God's chosen people, and the Gentiles must learn their purpose in life is to fight and die for Israel.
Yeah.
We Jews are God's chosen people.
I know he
and
lied.
the Gentiles must learn their purpose in life is to fight and die for Israel. We Jews are God's chosen people.
You heard what he said.
And the Gentiles must learn their purpose in life is to fight and die for Israel. We Jews are God's chosen
I'm not
people.
a Gentile,
And the
and I'm not
Gentiles
a
must
Goyim.
learn their purpose in life is to fight and die for Israel. We Jews are God's chosen people. And the Gentiles must learn their purpose in life is to fight and die.
Yikes. Let's see. There are things you see and think must be a joke. This woman going down the stairs, and when she slipped and fell, before she hit the ground, a 25-year-old man saved her in time. Did she thank him? No, she sued him for $250,000 for negligence. Are you serious?
Let her fall.
Adam suddenly appeared and startled her, causing her to lose. Young man was accused of negligence after helping a woman who fell down the stairs. The woman is demanding $250,000 in compensation for 25-year-old Adam Coleman. Security footage shows that 28-year-old Sophia Reyes suddenly slipped while walking downstairs. Just as her head was about to hit the steps, Adam quickly rushed forward and caught her. His fast reaction likely prevented a much more serious injury. However, Adam was shocked when Sophia filed a lawsuit against him 2 days later. Sophia claims that she was walking down the stairs normally and that Adam suddenly appeared and startled her, causing her to lose her footing and fall. She says she suffered multiple bruises and psychological trauma.
Are you serious, bruh? Nah. Is that real? That can't be real, right? There's no way that's real, right? No, I'm not even gonna lie. That actually really just pissed me off. People always just find some type of way to just piss me off. I'm not gonna lie, being a woman is hard. But being a man, bro, you can just walk around and just get blamed for bullshit.
She not no damn woman.
Diabolical. The IRS returned my tax refund this year, but after I apparently answered one of their questions incorrectly.
The IRS returned my tax return this year after I apparently answered one of their questions incorrectly. In response to their question, do I have any dependents or do I have anyone dependent upon me? I said yes. 9.5 million illegal immigrants, 650 idiots in Washington, 80,000 criminals in Minnesota, and 3.4 million people on unemployment. And then the IRS stated to me that my answer was unacceptable. Then I wrote them back. Did I leave anybody out? The IRS returned my tax returns this year after I apparently answered one of their questions incorrectly.
I mean, he ain't lying. The savagery.
Yeah, about the war before attacking Iran.
So we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Do you believe in surprise?
This motherfucker ain't got no chill. She like, I want to slap this mother. Oh shit! So you're dating this immigrant woman, and her son calling you the N-word. What? Nigga, that's what you get. What you gonna do? Beat the little dude up? Nigga, you better pack your shit up and get the hell up out of there. Hundreds of studies now prove COVID-19 vaccines are one of history's largest carcinogenic exposures, linked to turbo cancers and deadly disorders, even striking young people. Yeah, I was trying to tell y'all all this shit years ago.
And prostate, breast.
Yeah.
And we have multiple corroborating studies now for cancer. We have 2 population studies totaling 8.4 million people combined. These were vaccinated versus unvaccinated. One was in Italy, one was in South Korea. And both of them combined found about the mRNA shots increased the risk of about 7 distinct types of cancers, ranging from colorectal, bladder, and prostate to breast and thyroid cancer. Overall, cancer hospitalizations were up about 25% in the mRNA groups compared to the unvaccinated. And both mRNA and viral vector platforms appear to be carcinogenic. Both were correlated with increased risks of overall cancers. And then we move into the biological evidence, like we just mentioned, the transcriptomic chaos study we just published, but as well as there's been a few case reports. One we recently published showing the first evidence of genomic integration of mRNA vaccine genetic material in a stage 4 bladder cancer patient, as well as a paper by Professor Sano, I believe in Japan, found the vaccine spike protein, no nucleocapsid, literally within metastatic breast cancer cells. This breast cancer metastasized to this woman's skin, and they literally found the vaccine spike protein in the nucleus of those cells. So it appears that, unfortunately, yes, these cancers are happening as a result of the mRNA injections. And there was also another paper, I'll mention this last one, where it was published by Dr. Paul Merrick in the Journal of Independent Medicine. They defined the term COVID-19 vaccine-induced turbo cancer. So it is in the peer-reviewed literature. It is not a myth like the vaccine cartel claims.
Oh shit! Hold on. Why you got 2 videos on here labeled the same thing, Mike? What you doing? Live. Mm. Oh, McCullough. Is that Dr. Peter McCullough? McCullough Foundation. Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Guess I'm a white nigga. Shit, you probably met a couple white niggas just like me. Come up early in the morning cause his bread don't bake itself. Turn my music up and listen if you trying to make some wealth. Keep a pistol on my hip so no, my waist don't need no belt. 20,000 that I made last night just laying on the shelf.
Like, share, subscribe, and get triggered.
Couple hundred on my neck, another 50 on my finger. Been a nigga my whole life, but now you trip that I say nigga. How you figure? It's okay, but now you trip that I say nigga. My whole life, but now you been a nigga my whole life, but now you trip that 50 on my finger. Been a nigga my whole life, but now you trip that I say nigga. How you figure? It's okay to say when I'm bumping some jigger. Turn the music off and now it's racist. What the fuck's the difference, nigga? Nigga, look, notice no R's, no Y. I was racist. What the fuck's the difference, nigga? Nigga, look, notice no R's, no Y. Cause I put both of them bitches on my cars. Bitch, I'm busy making money, got no time for hate, nigga. Red, white, and blue, only colors that I claim, nigga. They tell me, bro, you can't say nigga if you white, nigga. I tell them word, I say any word I like, nigga. Fuck what you heard, bitch, I hustled my whole life, nigga. I'm a different type, nigga. Guess I'm just a white nigga, but they tell me, bro, you can't say nigga if you white, nigga. I tell them word, I say any word I like, nigga. Fuck what you heard, bitch, I hustled my whole life, nigga. I'm a different type, nigga. Guess I'm just a white nigga, but they tell some haters say I cannot rap. Made a meal off MAGA rap. Then I made another mill, then 2 million after that, and I can keep on counting, but you get the point, nigga. And I'll keep saying nigga till they get the point, nigga. Pulling up at the light, and they stop and point, nigga. Wrap my whole truck with Trump just to trigger soy, niggas. Bitch, my bank account grown, you still some little boy, niggas. $500,000 cars, what I call my pulling up at the light, and they stop and point, nigga. Wrap my whole truck with Trump just to trigger soy, niggas. Bitch, my bank account grown, you still some little boy, niggas. $500,000 cars, what I call my toys, nigga. Okay, now I'm done, son of y'all. Now run along like from the law, acting like I need a pass, like I'm your fucking son-in-law. Nah, I don't need nobody's blessing, nigga. This ain't school, you test me in the answer, Smith and Wesson, nigga. But they tell me, bro, you can't say nigga if you white, nigga.
Ooh, woo. Don't bring your ass outside of St. Petersburg and Clearwater, Florida, chump. Come perform that shit in St. Louis. Go to Mississippi with that shit. Go to Baton Rouge with that shit.
Hear me out, because I know that sounds insane, but the only reason we're not happy when the price of oil goes up is because the people that set up our economy are fucking stupid. Like, you understand that when the price of oil rises, countries like Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, they're thrilled, right? They're balling out. They're making shitloads of money. But do you also understand that the United States produces more oil than both those countries? The United States is the #1 producer of oil in the world. Nobody on this planet produces more oil every day than the United States. So why do countries that produce less, like Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, why are they happy when the price goes up, but we feel poor? Well, it's because we subsidize our oil industry so much that we're basically giving about 60% of that oil away for free. Yeah, it's not that we're not producing enough oil. It's not that we're not exporting enough oil. It's that we're giving more than $760 billion of that oil away because we're paying it in subsidies and tax breaks and other bullshit. Like in Saudi Arabia and Qatar, they take their oil profits.
Then it came and hijacked Ancestors' land, they got oil on them. Pumping it outside to they cronies.
Pay it to their citizens, and they ball out with new mansions. In a country like Norway, they take their oil profits, give everybody free education. In the United States, we produce more oil than any of those countries, but we don't have the profits as a country to see because we've subsidized it so hard that we blew all the profits. Like, that should be a $1 trillion a year industry for the United States taxpayer. But we gave about 3/4 of that away in subsidies and tax breaks and, like I said, other bullshit. So yeah, the United States should be thrilled when the price of oil goes up. It should massively benefit the people of the United States, should massively benefit the taxpayer, benefit the citizen, because we produce more oil than any nation on this planet. But our tax system and our government has fucked us so bad on it, we think the price of gas going up is a bad thing. Price of oil going up should make us happy, and the only reason it doesn't is because our government is fucking stupid.
Ain't no way that's real. Cut it out.
Ain't no way, man. Ain't no way.
Ain't no way that shit is real. Look at that shit they put on the screen. That's, boy, somebody shot that many missiles at one time. They need to cut that shit out.
Yeah, that's all it is a bunch of AI and theater. Theater production.
The shocking truth about tetanus shots. Most of us were told rusty nail equaled instant tetanus shot. Not true. Okay, what you want? What you talking about? Huh? What you talking about, sir?
If you step on a rusty nail, you should have had a tetanus shot, right? Well, that's what we've been told. The tetanus shot changed everything for me. It was the last toxin I ever had injected in my body, and it made me so incredibly sick that it forced me to look into what was actually in it. Believe it or not, tetanus vaccines are usually made from rotting organs, something worth knowing if you're vegan or vegetarian. They use cow heart and boil it in water to create an environment for Clostridium tetani, the bacteria that produces the tetanus toxin, to grow. They then neutralize the toxin with formaldehyde and...
Oh, hell no.
Tetanus is real, though, the disease.
Yeah, but what the fuck?
But I heard that before, that you don't need the shot, but one time I got scraped by something rusty, and I nearly had to get my hand amputated.
Last time I had a tetanus shot, I got a fish hook caught in my finger. I was probably 13 or 14, somewhere around there.
Mix it with aluminum adjuvants. No wonder it made me feel like death. Another thing that people should know is that tetanus doesn't even come from rust at all. It actually comes from a bacteria that lives in horse or cow manure and sometimes soil or dust. So unless you're working on a farm or walking barefoot through manure, your risk of tetanus is extremely low. And if you have a milk allergy, the tetanus vaccine contains casein and can cause fatal anaphylaxis, yet most people are never warned about this. Getting the booster every 10 years is also another vaccine schedule joke, as studies have shown that there's no difference in protection between people who get the booster every 10 years versus those who receive it every 30. But here's the wildest part. Even if you're one of the less than 30 cases in the US each year and you actually get exposed through a deep oxygen deprived wound, an additional shot, which is the protocol, wouldn't even help you because it takes 2 to 7 weeks to build antibodies after the shot. If you're already infected, it's too late. Instead, just take 1 gram of vitamin C, preferably from a whole food source, for 5 to 7 days. In a clinical study, this approach resulted in
Okay, buddy.
Two weeks ago, gas was $2, and today gas is $4. You guys, did Gasoline go to college and come back with a master's degree in pricing? Oh my God! I came to get gas, and the pump is looking at me like a bank loan officer.
What?
Get your ass, take your ass home.
Your ass back to Africa.
Right.
Oh my God. What the heck?
Right.
Everybody worried about what we doing. Worry about yourself.
Oh, that's right. Let me find this Ben Netanyahu said Jesus ain't like Genghis Khan. What?
If it's not AI, because
Right.
You know, if people want to be naive, that they don't see the kind of world we're living in. In this world, it's not enough to be moral. It's not enough to be just. It's not enough to be right. You know? One of the greatest...
Tell me that motherfucker ain't got ears like a chimpanzee.
tell me them flags don't look like KKK hoods.
20th century, someone that I admire a lot, was the historian Will Durant. Now, he wrote many volumes. I read most of them. He also wrote The Lessons of History, very brief, 100-page book, in which he said, well, history proves that, unfortunately and unhappily, Jesus Christ has no advantage over Genghis Khan. Because if you are strong enough, ruthless enough, powerful enough, evil will overcome good. Aggression will overcome moderation.
So you took that to heart.
So you have no choice. If you look at the world as it is today, you have to be blind not to see that the democracies led by the United States have to reassert their will to defend themselves.
The Republic.
Oh, iPhone 16, huh? What you got?
I put it up to my cell phone, and you can see maybe there's 2 or 3, but watch this. If I pull it away, and I get it up off my countertop so it's not by my, it's 0. You guys see that? All along my cell phone. Okay, there's 2, 4, but for the most part, it's 0, okay? Now watch what happens when I plug this thing in. I don't want to show you guys so you guys don't think I'm fibbing you. So I come over here. We're going to plug this thing in. Okay, we're charging. What in the hell is that, folks?
Damn.
I don't know. I assume the red, when it gets into the extreme, is really, really dangerous and really bad for you. 504. 530 something. That's crazy. And look at how far away. So that's how far you got to get away from your phone before it gets in the safe zone. So if you were anywhere within 6 or 7 inches of your phone, the closer you get, you hold it in your hand while it's charging, I would assume you're literally nuking your hand. You guys tell me what you think. Oh, now let's try it with the other iPhone. Okay. Okay, so that was with the iPhone 16s. In my hand, I'm filming with the iPhone, I think 13 or 12. All right, so now we're about to try the iPhone. All right, so let's do the iPhone now. We're done there dropping. So we got the standard iPhone. I got to get up away from stuff. So yeah, if you see back here, it's a 0. So I move it all along here. It's a 1, 0. Okay. Now let's plug it in. Let's see what we're getting. Wow, 518. Are you seeing that? What the hell is going on here? Oh, yeah. There it is again. 528 was the peak. What are they doing to us, folks? What the hell is going on? What do you guys
Frying
think?
you, motherfucker.
Is this bad?
Cooking you.
You're driving with your cell phone charging on your balls? Are you literally nuking your Johnson? Shit.
Who would do that?
Oh, shit. This shit looks superimposed. Like, this don't even look like a real video. What is it supposed to be? 1929, right? Look at this shit. Look how fake this shit look. Look like a bunch of actors. Put y'all on the green screen.
A bunch of mannequins.
You know what I'm saying? Look at this shit. What a plan. When the Great Depression start?
1929?
And this supposed to be 1929. In New York City in 1929. Okay. Donald Trump full of shit. That shit look fake, superimposed ass shit. Look at this uniform shit. Look. Look at it. The gangs in New York, huh? Get out of here.
Yeah, that's where all the depression started because they came.
Has over 12 and there's literally over 100 studies showing that ivermectin has over 12 distinct anti-cancer mechanisms across 12 cancer types. A recent study implanted rats with glioblastoma brain tumors, one of the most lethal cancers in existence. They developed a nano formulation of ivermectin, administered it intranasally in the rats, and it shrunk the glioblastomas by 70% in 10 days. And so it's very promising. We also see lots of case report evidence now of remissions and even complete remissions with these antiparasitics. And there's literally over 100 studies.
Dirty bastards. Oh, shit. About time for me to get my ass up out of here.
Yep, me too. Time is rolling.
And I just wouldn't be me if I didn't get out of here on a little jam session.
Oh, how did we ever guess?
Don't be a hater your whole life. I just be conflicted on what I want to play. Here we go.
Get down or later. Hey, 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 too many bad bitches, too many thick guys. Smoking blunts, acting funny, playing jazz like Nas. It ain't hard to tell we like the last kind. No sympathy, they try to give me for my last dime. On that ride, used to catch the 29, kept it on me, made me walk it cause it cost a 25. Jugging up on summer by December, all I want is my shoot movies. Keep that 40 on me like the son of Sam. On the move, just like Coons with a plan. Send a shot, get it hot, that's a 10. West Coast, let's go, bitch, I'm the man. All of that work and just go get your man. Ay, like Pac and Dre, get a pound, they on the way. Make them bitches pay to pray, make them bitches pay to stay. Ay, we put that pressure on me. Get in the paint and go like all you really think they own it. And if they ease, then go ahead, tell them get they homie. We in the trap, you smell the stank when you get up on me. And if you ask me about that cash, you know we get it, don't we? Get down or lay down. Ay, get down or lay down. Ay, get down or lay down. Ay, get down or lay down. Pimpin' hoe, stick to the coast, she not off limits though. Simmer slow, keep it on low and let the liquor flow. Tell her go and she come back with bands and shit ain't difficult. If he play, tell him go get his mans, we getting physical. It's a go, ask about me, bitch, I been a pro. Yeah, let's go, we shoot through the scope, you niggas pigeonhole. Biggest ghost, talking about that dope, the shit that gave him hope. Get down and lay down. Ay, get down and lay down. Ay, get down and lay down. Ay, get down and lay down.
Some say we ain't old shit. Ain't that a bitch? I challenge you to prove us wrong. My ancestors' bones are buried deep in American dirt. The deeper you dig, the longer the timeline gets. I'll continue to speak through song, but I will not forget to speak through action. I'm not a believer, for I choose to know. I know where I stand, I know where I'm from, and I know where I'm headed. Because when you find yourself, you find God. Remember that.
Reparations, it'll never be in the mail. Restitution, just another tall tale. Restoration of a kingdom, rebuild the throne. Redemption's the seed we've been sowing on our own. Reparations, it'll never be in the mail. Restitution, just another tall tale. Restoration of a kingdom, rebuild the throne. Redemption's the seed we've been sowing on our own. Whistles blow, still mill moan. Blood in the cotton, ghosts of the past still lurk. Not forgotten, chains on the mind, plus chains on the wallet. 40 acres, you mean the nation, they just started. Roots run deep where the magnolia lean. Dirt rich soil, but the soul ain't clean. Every lie denies the birthright of the bloodline. Payback overdue, you running out of time. It'll never be in the mail. Restitution, just another tall tale. Restoration of a kingdom, rebuild the throne. Redemption's the seed we've been sowing on our own. Reparations, it'll never be in the mail. Restitution's just another tall tale. Restoration of a kingdom, rebuild the throne. Redemption's the seed we've been sowing on our own. Yeah. Grandmother prayed by the riverside weeping. Sins of their forefathers in the ground still creeping. Fried chicken grease on the stove still popping. Dreams fried crispy, hard truths ain't stopping. Jim Crow shadows still cast long low. Swamp water whisper secrets only we know. Told us to pull up from the booth that we start. How you fix a scorched field with a separation? It'll never be in the mail. Restitution just another tall tale. Restoration of a kingdom, rebuild the throne. Redemption's the seed we've been sowing on our own. Reparations, it'll never be in the mail. Restitution, just another tall tale. Restoration of a kingdom, rebuild the throne. Redemption's the seed we've been sowing on our own. Yeah. Plenty receipts for the pain they inflicted. Plenty receipts for the culture restricted. Took the rhythm, left us the blues, but the rhythm came back. Now it's breaking loose. From Delta dirt to Cahokia streets, we the bricks in the road, we the drumline beats, copper colored uprising, hands reach for the crown. American justice, aboriginals, collaborate. It'll never be in the mail. Restitution, just another tall tale. Restoration of a kingdom, rebuild the throne. Redemption's the seed we've been sowing on our own.
Yeah. Over. The world's so fucked up, it's hard for me to comprehend. Check the TV, be filtered images all sin. Follow me, come follow me, let's begin. Follow me, come follow me, let's begin. The world's so fucked up, it's hard for me to comprehend. I understand what it means to be a man. Follow me, come follow me, let's begin. Follow me, come follow me, let's begin. Sitting in his room, little Johnny spazzing out. He on the edge of the bed, he got his pistol out. Baby sister downstairs, screaming in the house. It's fucked up. They mama dead on the couch. Overdose, cold body as she lay stiff. Lil Johnny best friend supplied her with the fix, but he ain't know, he thought it came from a trick. He blacking in and out, all he could think about was killing shit. Daddy don't care, cause daddy never been there. Lost in the system, abused up in foster care. Vicious cycles of nobody being there. You see that daddy never really learned to care. The world's so fucked up, it's hard for me to comprehend. Check the TV, filtered images all sin. Follow me, come follow me, let's begin. Follow me, come follow me, let's begin. The world's so fucked up, it's hard for me to comprehend. I understand what it means to be a man. Follow me, come follow me, let's begin. Follow me, come follow me, let's begin. Searching for a place in the world without a doubt. Baby girl popping pills and she constantly wilding out. She just looking for attention, that's why she be acting out. No sense of normalcy, different men inside the house. Nothing seemed familiar, boyfriend just killed himself. While everybody doing their own thing, looking out for self. She lost dying on the inside, badly needing some help. Lack of support, caused depression and poor mental health. Who to blame for the pain of a fucked up situation? Should've caught it from the signs and all the premeditation. Daddy at the bar, heavy drinks trying to be a star. Mama in the club, running with niggas being a whore. No wonder she didn't want to live anymore. The world's so fucked up, it's hard for me to comprehend. Check the TV, filtered images all sin. Follow me, come follow me, let's begin. Follow me, come follow me, let's begin. So fucked up, it's hard for me to comprehend. I understand what it means to be a man. Follow me, come follow me, let's begin. Follow me, come follow me, let's begin.
Rise from the ruins, the soul still sing. Trauma of the past, don't bind these wings. Fire and shadow, truth does sin. From wrecking these ashes, the soul defend. Fuck shit. We on cuz history and paid the heaviest pyramid stone. Promises ghosted, exposed, marrow, broken bone and dry. Making the contract the phantom, voices from the wall. Echo, whisper, silence, holds the anthem. Broken legend, peep the lecture, who signs for the scars. Generations built kingdoms on land and sea. Now they got us out of space, reaching for stars. Rise from the ruins, the soul still sing. Trauma of the past, don't bind these wings. The fire and shadow, the truth the sin. From reckoning's ashes, soul defend. Balance tip, the scales lean. You dirty crook, justice not found, pockets deep. Overlooked, why you shook? Paved streets of gold, but who paid the toll? Riches in their coffers, but they borrowed the soul. Restitution, a word heavy with weight. Who writes a check when history's late? It's only fate, mark the date. Game over. Game over. Rise from the ruins, soul still sing. Trauma of the past, don't bind these wings. The fire and shadow, the truth does sing. From reckoning's ashes, the soul defend. Rebuild from the wreckage, brick by brick. Hands that heal, no more Houdini tricks. Restoration of soil screens for seeds. No greed, a garden blooming with truth, not just pulling the weeds. Blueprints drawn in blood, sweating and tears. Keep your stride, fix the foundation and step inside. Bitch, we arrive. Rise from the ruins, soul still sing. Trauma of the past, don't bind these wings. The fire and shadow, the truth of sin. From wrecking these ashes, the soul defends.
It's that blueprint talk. Family first. Nation rise. Strong mama in the kitchen, head wrap, stand tall. Stretch a little pot, feed five, that's y'all. Turn the food stamp line to a game plan scribble. Baby, read that sign, sound it out, break the riddle. Early in the morning, she up, eyes red. Packing little lunches, still making up the bed. Do your homework first, then you grab that phone. She the first safe place that the baby's ever known. Bills on the table, stress in the air, but she still find time just to braid up hair. Straight A's on the fridge, that's a crown on display. She say focus now, shine later, that's the way. Nation building 101. Start at home, strong mothers, focus kids. Mind stay grown, strong fathers, balance hands. Heart stay strong, get the family right. Watch the whole hood come along. Nation building 101. Brick by brick, teach love, teach law, teach mind over quick. We don't beg for a throne, we just claim that seat. One house, one block, one nation on his feet, on his feet. Strong mama at the desk, late night class notes. Studying for nursing while she zip up coats. Baby at the table doing math, same grind. 2 generations locked on the same climb. She don't let them hide from the books, no slack. Check every answer, then you run it right back. Turn cartoons off, let a doc film play. Know where you from, then you know what to say. She clap for each win, still correcting each flaw. Teach them how to think, how to question every law. She don't raise little followers, she raising up a team. Every focused child start at somebody's dream. Nation building 101. Start at home, strong mothers, focus kids. Mind stay grown, strong fathers, balance hand. Heart stay strong, get the family right. Watch the whole hood come along. Nation building 101. Brick by brick, teach love, teach law, teach mind over quick. We don't beg for a throne, we just claim that seat. One house, one block, one nation on his feet, on his feet. Strong daddy in the driveway, grease on his palms. Teaching little man how to tighten the arms. Hold that light steady, keep your word like that, yeah. Discipline with patience, never swing off cap. He correct, then he hug, that's the real backbone. Show a daughter how a king act, calm tone. Look him in the eyes when you speak, stand firm. Every choice got a cost, every loss gotta learn. He had every game on the front bleacher. Then at night, open books, he a home teacher. Balanced in the spirit, he ain't ruled by rage. He just set clear lines like bars on a page. Nation building 101. Start at home, strong mothers, focus kids. Mind stay grown, strong fathers, balance hands. Heart stay strong, get the family right. Watch the whole hood come along. Nation building 101. Brick by brick, teach love, teach law, teach mind over quick. We don't beg for a throne, we just claim that seat. One house, one block, one nation on his feet, on his feet, on his feet. On his feet. On his feet. On his feet. Teach love.
Skills on my skin, go green, I'm awake. Smoke in my lungs, whole world on my plate. They praying I fall like the shark in my fangs. Dame ring bells like a war horn bang. Fire, breathing dragon. Watch me light that sky up. Legend in the canyon. Every step that ground erupt. They talk big, they vanish on the myth they can't touch. Fire, breathing dragon. Say my name, that's bad luck. Blood on my claw, I don't beg, I claim. Walk through a storm, got a trail of flame. Castle on the cliff with my mark in stone. Every king in the book, just a stepping stone. Ash on my wings, still I rise, still I glide. They hide in the crowd, I run mountain sides. Whole map mind, see the edges curve. Took one deep breath, change the world. Fire, breathing dragon. Watch me light the sky up. legend in the canyon. Every step they ground, the earth they talk big, they vanish. I'm the myth they can't touch. Fire breathing dragon, say my name, that's bad luck. Cake full of trophies and metal and heaps. Didn't buy one, every one I keep. Came from the dark with a break, don't go. Turn that fear to a burning glow. They write my story, can't spell my rage. Every bar carved like a claw through a page. You chase trends, I chase horizons. You see smoke, I see my island. Ooh, on war with a living quake. Heart too hot, make the rivers bake. You hear that roar when the cloud bank shakes. That's my hunger, that's your mistake. Fire breathing dragon, watch me light that sky up. Legend in the canyon, every step that ground. The earth they talk big, they vanish. Some to make for they can't touch. Fire breathing dragon, say my name, that's bad luck. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck, bad luck.
Yeah. Listen up. You have to pick a side. Yeah. 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 They profit when we're boxed in, color coded. Scroll wars, broke floors, mine's corroded. Got you barking at your neighbor for a headline. Why they signing off the city for a deadline? Yeah. Same rent late, same fridge bare. What? Same bus route, same blank stare. Why you beefing with the mirror, letting them demons in? Same wound, same blade, different spin. Unified die, that's the bottom line. Either hold the line together or they cut the spine. You can fight me or you can fight the lie. Choose one. Unify or die. Unify, die, hear the battle cry. Yeah. Either build a bridge or we all run dry. You can hate your blood or you can hate the bind. Choose one. Yeah. Unify or they die. Sell fear like it's candy in a glass jar. Feeding panic to the masses playing a black card. Left, right, that's a puppet in a split suit. Real power sitting quiet in a rich room. You throw hands at your brother in the same trench. Same cough in your chest. The same bench. If the landlord love you both in the same way, you ain't rivals, you just victims on a layaway. Unified die, that's the bottom line. Either hold the line together or they cut the spine. You can fight me or you can fight the lie. Choose one. Unify or die. Unify, die, hear the battle cry. Either build a bridge or we all run dry. You can hate your blood or you can hate the bind. Choose one. Yeah. Unify or die. Hands up, not for trans, for each other. Name one win, they ain't split us to cover. We all broke, they just changed the shade. Same storm, different rain on our face. I'm from a place where they rather see us vilify. Scrolling through the pain, pick a side, then we signify. Algorithm war, every comment like a battle cry. Either we expand the circle or we simplify. Feet keep telling me I'm right, that's a lullaby. Rockets saw to sleep while the roof sitting over fire. Leaders talk tough, but they courage only monetized. I'm just trying to build a bridge higher than the border signs. Kids growing up thinking empathy is obsolete. Hearts on red receipts, love lost in the data sheet. History repeats when we treat truth like a product line. Either share the water or we watch the whole garden die. So I look my people in the face when the sirens cry. Pull each other up even when we don't see eye to eye. Hands in the middle, swear we live in what we testify. Say we rise together, this the code. Unified die. Unified die, that's the bottom line. Either hold the line together or they cut the spine. You can fight me or you can fight the lie. Choose one. Unify or die. Unified die, hear the battle cry. Either build a bridge or we all run dry. You can hate your blood or you can hate the bind. Choose one. Unify or die. Oh, dude. Yeah. Mind a mister. Let's go on the track. They flood the block with sugar. Yeah. Call it love in a bright red can. Y'all just say pressure too high, my brother. But the corner got a 2-for-1 plan. They lace off school to sirens. Yeah.
Metal doors, cameras on the keys. Guidance counselor juggling 30 broken storms. Yeah. Meanwhile, prisons beating on beds. They said it's beer on the radio. Same three chains, same dead screw. Tell a young empress she only worth a shake. Tell a young king he only worth a pill. This is math in the backroom legend. Every life just a line of squeeze. Talking market stamped on our faces. Low mouth mark, take what you please. Poison pushes in designer suits. Smile while with that clean white teeth. Demonic schemes in the ballroom hole. Turn our babies in the balance sheet. American genocide. They dress it up nice. New war, new deals ain't life. We numbers, we ain't your price. We calling out your American genocide. We calling out your American genocide. We calling out your American genocide. They turned our Harlem to a slogan. Dollar man, you right by the church. Ashy playground broken, swing set, liquor store shining on every purse. They cut the bus line to blame us. When we late, when we can't clock in. Boss man talking about personal feelings. His cousin wrote the law, we drowning in. They call it church when they poison water. Call it order when they flood our streets. Send more guns where the books are missing in. That's why we fight just to eat. They buy a coach, sell it back, hollow paint our plane, that's a fashion trend. But the zip codes with the softest soil still decide how I score in. Poison pushers in designer suits. Swell out with their clean white teeth. The money schemes in the ballroom roll. Turn our babies in the balance sheets. American genocide. They dress it all nice. Do all new pills ain't nice. We know we ain't your bride. We calling out your American genocide. We calling out your American genocide. We calling out your American genocide. We know it's hard. My grandma kept a mirth in the kitchen, quiet prayers over pipes and plans. She said, baby, read every label, they ain't feeding you. They're feeding their plan. We playing greens in the cracks of the concrete. Teach our sons how to bring out boats. Tell our daughters they crowns ain't class, cause they much more fire than the you post. We study law like we study scripture. Court things uncle like holidays. It's they wage war in the way that we leave them. We wage love in 1,000 ways. From the march to the PTA meeting, from the cipher to the passing mic. We 99s, we trace their money, try the shadows in the light. Into the boys and pushers in the sign suits. Smile while wear that green white team, the money schemes in the ballroom room. Tell our baby is in the balance sheets. American genocide, they dress it all nice. New war, new kills ain't nice. We know we ain't your Bobby calling out your American genocide. We calling out your American genocide. We calling out your American genocide. We live and do just America. We live and do just American genocide. I ain't beefing with the demon, I confront the bitch. Every scar on my soul, yeah, I done it. Devil banging bass drum, working the drum kit. Mama praying in the pew, saying son quit. But I'm stitched from the cloth where you stand on shit. If I did dirt, then my word got my hands on the devil in my ear, selling dreams on a payment plan. Told me I could fly, but he hit the facts quicksand. Whole block worship what they can't own. Flexing face stones, renting fake loans. I seen killers turn clown when the case closed. Talking about guys playing, they just hate growth. I wouldn't need deep gun tub, heart froze. Spirit whisper, tell the truth for your soul. So had to kill the lie living in my own head. For the lie, put a mark on my forehead. The devil is a lie. I don't buy that. He talk big, but he high. I don't like that. Put my life on the line. For the right facts, rather down the truth than down the rat trap. Devil is a lie. I won't side up. If it ain't real, then the deal getting dry. It still be straight in my eyes. I don't write cap. If my tongue saved in my backbone back there. I done broke bread with the crooked and the holy. Whistle in the trunk, speaking scripture through the song. Casper shaking hands, but his eyes looking phony. Devil wet cologne, smell rich, call your homie. Offer me a bag for my silence and my honor. Trying to make me lie to my seed. But I'ma tell him about his mama, told him I'm a man. Not a product, not a comma, you can keep the chaos. I ain't chasing your drama, homie took a shortcut and I ain't short-lived. Told the lie so long that it walked them. Trying to paint his past like a portrait. But but the blood on his hands wrote the forfeit. I seen snitches throw dirt on the dead name, crying in front of a headstone bearing his name. Talk loud, but they souls speak a dead slang. Got you let the truth walk, he don't need game. The devil is a lie, I don't buy that. He talk big, but he high, I don't like that. Put my life on the line for the right facts, rather down on the truth than die in a red trap. The devil is a lie, I won't side. If it ain't real, then the deal getting dry. Just look me straight in my eye, I don't write cap. If my tongue say it, then my backbone back there. And tell me play along, you can shine more. Kept a little one, the body count crime low. Say you ain't a whole city, make them one war. Would I rather be small than a big fraud? My little cousin looking up like I'm scripture. What I say turn his choices to a mixture. If I glamorize the page in my stories, he gon' chase bars, never take glory. So I'm talking about the nights I was dead broke, about the cold flows, about the stress smoke, about the friends in the ground who ain't get old, about the weight on my chest when I'm big cold. Truth cut a bloody grain with slice through. Fear talk cute, but it bite you. My devil in the deal, read the fine print. I just sound with the light, let my life in. The devil is a lie, I don't buy that. He's so big, but he high, I don't like that. Put my life on the line for the right facts, rather down the truth than die in the red trap. The devil is a lie, I won't side up. If it ain't real, then the bill getting dry. Just look me straight in my eyes, I don't write cat. If my tongue say it, then my backbone back there.
Yeah, that about do it. Give my shout outs. Salute Nunya. Salute American Isness. Live and Learn. The Enemy's Public. Mainstay. Sliding through, hanging out with me for a while. I almost witnessed my shit got snatched down. Who else came through? T-Dub for sure. The devil is a lie. I don't like that. The die in the rat trap. The devil is a lie. I won't sign up. Real. Get dried up. Back that. Yeah, I think that's about it. A Poisonous Puppy was in the building when I jumped off. Anybody else? If I missed you, my bad. But I'm about to sign off. Y'all be easy, man. Remember, find me on Rumble. YouTube be on that bullshit because I want to go over that. I want to play that damn Tucker Carlson interview. I'll get to that shit later though. Y'all be easy. Yee!
I won't side. If it ain't real, then the deal getting dry. Just look me straight in my eye, I don't write cap. If my tongue say it, then my backbone back there. And tell me to play along, you can shine more. Kept a little one, the body count crime low. Say you ain't a whole city, make them one war. Would I rather be small than a big fraud? My little cousin looking up like I'm scripture. What I say turn his choices to a mixture. If I glamorize the page in my stories, he gon' chase bars, never take glory. So I'm talking about the nights I was dead broke, about the cold flows, about the stress smoke, about the friends in the ground who ain't get old, about the weight on my chest when I'm big cold. Truth cut a bloody grain with slice through. Fear talk cute, but it bite you. My devil in the deal, read the fine print. I just sound with the light, let my life in. The devil is a lie. I don't buy that. He's so big, but he high. I don't like that. Put my life on the line for the right facts. Rather down the truth than dying the red track. The devil is a lie. I won't side up. If it ain't real, then the bill getting dry. Still me spread in my eyes. I don't write cat. My tongue say it and my back going back there.